Most YouTube data engineering projects fail one simple test. They are not how real companies work. In this video, I will build production grade data engineering project with Git based developments, CICD pipelines, test and prod deployments, pre-deployment and post-deployment scripts, and approval based production releases. You will see exactly how companies deploy Azure Data Factory pipelines safely without breaking production data. This is not a demo. This is the same workflow used in real projects and interviews. If you want to see how data engineers actually work in real companies, watch this till the end. First, we will implement complete CI/CD workflow using Azure DevOps. Then we will create data ingestion pipeline which will ingest raw data from GitHub to data lake. Then we will perform transformations using data flows. Then we will store that transformed data in data lake inside this processed container. Then we will load that transformed data into Azure SQL database. Then we will connect our data pipeline with Power BI and create some interactive dashboards and reports. So without wasting any time, let's get started. In this project, Thor is going to be our student who will ask us many questions on your behalf. Okay, so that you will get more understanding, in-depth understanding of the concepts. So the most important thing you will need for this project is your Azure free account. Okay, so I have given steps. So just follow them and create your account. It's very easy. And in case if you get confused, there are tons of videos explaining how to create account on Azure free, Azure portal. Okay. Next question is, what are the data sets for our project which we are using? So you don't need to worry about that. I'm going to provide the link of the zip file in the description. Next thing you have to do is upload all your data set on your GitHub profile. Okay, a data set nothing but a CSV file. So I have already uploaded that. I'll show you. See, just create this repository like that and create one data folder and then just upload your CSV file. So the next step is we will implement our continuous integration and continuous deployment process. Okay, then only we will start our data engineering pipeline processes like data ingestion, transformation, moving to Azure SQL, etc. etc. But before that, we will first implement our CI/CD process. So I'll show you that. Okay, so wait a minute. Just 1 second. So here you can search Azure DevOps. In your Microsoft Azure portal, just search Azure DevOps. Just go here, Azure DevOps organization. Then click on view my organization. So you need to listen one thing carefully. We will in our Azure DevOps free account, you will only get one organization. You can create multiple projects, but you will get only one organization by default. So you have to work inside that only. So my default organization was this Often Train. You will get some different name in your Azure DevOps portal, but you have to use that default organization only. Okay, you cannot create two organizations in free account. For this, you will have to use paid account. So this is my organization name of Untrain, and inside that it is the actually topmost container. Okay, organization is topmost container. Inside that you will create project and then you can do all your works. Okay, so I'll show you. So Thor is asking, bro, I have to work on multiple Azure DevOps projects. How will I separate them? So answer is, first you will have to create your Azure DevOps organization because it's a topmost container, and inside that you will create projects. So this is my organization which I by default got from Azure DevOps automatically. Okay. Before creating a project, we just have to check the most important thing. We have to validate the directory in which we are working. So in your Azure DevOps portal, you will go in organization settings, Microsoft Intra, and will make sure default directory is selected. Now I will show you why. See, this is your Azure portal. We'll create data engineering pipeline here. But if you check here on the right top side, the directory is default directory. So we are working in default directory. So in Azure DevOps portal as well, we have to like keep our default directory and not Microsoft directory because there are multiple directories. See, if you are working in very big organization, they will be working in multiple directories. Okay, but we have to make sure. See, in your Azure DevOps portal, this is your home page. Okay, these are two different projects, but just click on organization settings and just click on Microsoft Intra. Here, this is the main thing. You have to make sure that default directory is selected. Otherwise, your Azure DevOps portal and Microsoft Azure portal data pipelines will not be connected. So this is very important thing. That's why I'm highlighting this in my notes. So we will have to continue in our existing organization. After that, Thor is asking one question. Azure CICD pipeline runs using parallel jobs. So do we get parallel jobs by default or we will enable it manually? Because obviously we are using free account. So Thor is not sure whether he got all the features like parallel jobs and etc or not. So he's just wondering that I got it automatically or I'll have to create it manually. So the answer is we have to enable it manually. We will fill one form and just submit, and then Microsoft team will review that form and they will give you this feature. So it is the link of the parallelism form. Very complex name, bro. Just click on it. I think I will have to control and click here. All right. Oh, they are also celebrating New Year. I think their employees are on leave. That's why they are pausing these requests. Anyway, I have already enable this feature. I'm just explaining it for you guys, so no worries. So once their New Year celebrations are finished, you will you will get one form where you will enter name, email address, your organization link, name of your Azure DevOps organization. So inside the overview tab, you will get this URL. I think I will show you that Azure DevOps portal overview tab. Okay. I think you will figure it out, guys. I'm not gonna waste my time. DevOps portal, go to overview tab and you will get one URL. Just copy paste that URL here. That is that will be your organization. And then it will ask, are you requesting a parallelism increase for public or private project? Obviously our project will be private. And then you will have to submit, and then after like 24 hours the Microsoft team will review that format, give you this feature, parallelism feature, so that you can create industry standard CICD pipelines. Even in your free account, you will get this. Okay. So I'll just quickly show you this, how you can get this Azure DevOps organization link. So when you go inside your organization name, you in this overview tab, just click and then this link. Okay, this complete link will be your, sorry, actually not this complete link, till this often 98 dev.azure.com/often98 will be your organization, and then this again often 98, this one is your project name, which we don't want to use. So just till here, this is your organization name often 9. Actually this is my organization name, you will have some different name. So just remember, copy paste till here only, don't use this because this is your project name. So now Thor is asking one question, why we need to create project if we already have an organization in Azure DevOps? Okay. So let's say organization workspace is for your whole company. But there is a possibility that inside your company there are multiple teams working on multiple applications. Alright? Your company is developing multiple applications and you need to create multiple CI/CD pipelines for that. So in your company will have one organization workspace, but inside that you will have multiple projects. That's why we create project. For one application we will have one project. So I am explaining you one project, one application. So we'll create one project for that. You got my point, okay? Why we create project? Because inside organization also we have multiple applications or projects. So for each application we'll have one separate project. So let's quickly create that. Switch back to Azure DevOps, projects tab, new project, project name will be this, Azure Data Factory CICD. Just copy it. So we can just go in our organization of 98. No, this is our project, this is our organization. It's very confusing, okay, because they have given same name for my organization and project as well. By default they will give one project as well, but we will not use that. Okay, we will create one separate because it is allowed. If I am getting free account and they are allowing me 4 projects, so why wouldn't I create? So just create new project. I had copied the project name, description I don't know, and visibility is private, and then click on advanced, version control, git work item process basic. Okay, work item, process basic, and create project. So we are creating one new project in the existing organization which I received from Azure DevOps team itself. Because I am using free account, I can create only I can have only one organization, but I can have multiple projects. So that's why I have created new project. Now Thor is asking one question. Why do we need to create three different Azure Data Factory workspaces for dev, test, and prod? Okay, this practice is actually followed in software development process as well. So it's a general question actually. So the answer is, let's say some junior developer has deployed some faulty code directly to the production environment, and that application is already used by millions of users. But as the code was faulty, application will break. All the users across the globe will face downtime. To avoid this thing, we will build the application in development environment. Then we will test it, the application in test environment. And finally, after that, after all the testing, all the validations, then we will deploy to production environment. Okay, that's why we need to have three different environments. So same thing we are going to follow in our data engineering pipeline as well, because it can happen that some junior developer is doing some wrong work and he is directly publishing to the production environment, then our pipeline is will break definitely. To avoid this, we follow this process. So what we will do now is we will create three different resource groups and three different data factory workspaces in those resource groups. Why three? One for development, one for test, and one for production. So just create a resource, search data factory, create. Okay. So go to home page. Where is your home page? Okay. Create a resource, data factory. Okay, we already got it. Just I think I'll have to duplicate one more time, because we'll create three different. So now click on data factory, create. What is the resource group which you are using? We don't have any actually. We'll create one just now. And what will be the name? Name will be this dev CICD demo RG. And one more thing, I forgot to tell you that you need to create one in your laptop. You need to create one notepad file, and you will have to store like these details. What is your repository? See, what is your resource group name for dev, test, and production? Because we will use this many times. This name will be required many times in our project, so it's better to use it in single notepad file. So just copy this resource group name, create new, give this, paste this name, and okay. And What is the ADF workspace name? ADF workspace name is dev CICD OT ADF. OT stands for often train. So I am promoting my YouTube channel here. Copy, paste, East US version v2. All right. Is this enough? No. Configure git letter, review plus create. I think it is enough. Just review plus create. Configure git letter is 2s. So what will be the name of our test resource group? Just copy it. First create your dev data factory. Okay, deployment is complete. Now in our duplicate tab, just click here data factory one more time, and the name of our test resource group would be this. Okay, name of your ADF test ADF will be this, test CICD OT ADF. East US v2. This is enough. Just review plus create. And then create. Okay, so a resource group for test environment is also ready. Now we will do the same for production environment. Just create data factory. The name of your prod resource group would be this. Okay, so create new, just paste this name, and the name of your prod ADF workspace would be this, prod CICD OT ADF. East US version v2 review plus create. And then create. Okay, as you can see, next. It's my specialty to provide you all the detailed steps one by one. Okay, some people might think that this is very childish, but not everyone is like ultra pro developer like them. Some are just students who are creating their first ever project, so they will need these basic steps. Okay, it takes a lot of time as well to write each and everything. I type these steps. So I think you should give me one like to this video. Okay, so yeah, so we have created three resource groups for three different environments: dev, test, and production. And inside those resource group we have created ADF workspaces: dev CICD OT ADF, test CICD OT ADF, and prod CICD OT ADF, so that we will just create junior developers will create their basic pipeline here in these resource groups, and we will create one continuous integration and release pipeline so that this will be pushed to test environment. Okay, I'll explain you that later. Now Thor is asking why we create a Git repository in Azure DevOps. Okay, so the answer is to version control all the pipeline code. So do you remember in software development life cycle, we whenever some new developer will commit some new code, so we can version control that, right? We will have history of all the commits and everything. So same way, here we do not commit any Python, Java or like JavaScript code, but data engineering pipeline is nothing but a pipeline, dataset, link services, triggers. These pipeline activities will be converted into JSON code. Okay, that JSON code needs to be version controlled. For this thing, we will need Git repository. Okay. So inside our Azure DevOps portal, inside our project, this is the project which we created in that organization. Okay. So just go to the repos tab. Let me check my notes. Repos tab. Where is new repository? Repo created by default. Okay, just go to repos tab first. Now here, it's very confusing, brother. Repo created by default, top bar, down arrow, new repository. Here exactly. Okay, so this is the top bar, then down arrow, just click here and click on new repository. And here we will enter our repository name, which will be dev CICD demo ADF. And most important thing, you have to just write down this repository name in notepad. See, your organization name you have to note, project name you have to note, repository name. Okay, so just copy this repository name and just paste it here. Add a readme. I will allow this. Add a readme none. Okay, devs and just create. So we have successfully created Git repository in the Azure DevOps portal, where we will version control our data engineering pipeline. So we all know that in any code repository, we publish or commit our code to the branches. Okay, we will have like master branch or main branch. All right. So similar way in data engineering pipeline also we will just publish our data activities in branches. So on the basis of that, Thor is asking one question. If junior developers publishes the incorrect code means the JSON code which is generated by our data engineering activities like pipeline, copy activity, linked list, dataset, etc. Okay, so in this project we will refer it as code only. because at the end it is JSON code only, not a Java, Python or like JavaScript code, but a JSON code. So if junior developers publish as incorrect code directly to the main branch, then our pipeline would fail, it would break. What can we do to prevent this? So in real world companies, generally project managers will like use this technique to just review their code first. So just answer is we will create branch policies. Juniors cannot directly merge their code to the main. Code will be merged only after the approval of project managers. And the whole workflow would be like this. Junior developers will create a feature branch. Then he will do all these activities. And then he cannot directly merge. He will just raise a pull request. Then project manager will approve this. If it is correct, he will merge it to main branch as well. Okay. Junior developers cannot directly publish this to the main branch. It will go via all this flowchart. I'll repeat one more time. Junior developer will create a feature branch. Then he will do all the activities like click list. He has to perform any transformation. He wants to create any pipeline, etc. etc. Then he'll create a pull request. That pull request will go to his project manager. Project manager will check all his work. If it is correct, he will approve it, and then project manager will merge it to the main branch. So we'll just go ahead to create branch policies. We wouldn't want development to happen directly on the main branch. Okay, I have explained you this already. So we'll set branch policy in our main branch. So repos branches tab. Okay, this repos we are already in the repos branches tab. This here branches menu or tab, whatever. Then what? Think these three dots. Yes, exactly. Click on these three dots. Click on branch policies. Require a minimum number of viewers, turn on. Okay. Require minimum number of reviewers, turned on. Okay, I have turned this on. This is 2. We'll just make it 1 because I am the only one who is performing this project, and you will also be the only one in the home. You will be the junior engineer, you will be the project manager. So just keep keep the reviewers as 1. Allow requesters to approve their own changes. Tick. Allow requesters to approve their own changes. You got my point, okay? Because in your home, you don't have any project manager. You are the only one who will approve your own requests. That's why we are allowing this. But generally in real world companies, requests will go to the project manager. And reviewers would be 2 or more. Okay, so that's it. That's how we create branch policies. Now Thor is asking, our pipeline code is written in Azure Data Factory and CICD pipeline is written in Azure DevOps. These are two different services. These are two different portals. So how will they communicate with each other? So answer is they are not communicating with each other right now, but we will link them. We will link Azure Data Factory to Azure DevOps Git. But how? So go to data factory, configure the git, switch to data factory, dev ADF workspace, open ADF studio, author tab, just do till here in dev ADF workspace, right? So in our Azure portal, dev ADF, this is the one, launch studio, author tab, drop down in front of data factory, top left side, set up code repository. This one arrow, set up code repository. Repository type should be Azure DevOps Git. Am I correct? Azure DevOps Git. Azure Intra ID means our directories should be default. Server, this should be cloud. Microsoft Entra ID is default directory, which is correct. Continue. Continue. Select repository tick. Now what was our repository name again? Sorry. Azure DevOps organization name was Often 98. How do you know? I have already written this in Notepad. That's why. That is the use of this Notepad file, because you will have all the details whenever required. So organization name is Often 98. Project name is this. Repository name is this. So go ahead. Project name is Azure Data Factory CICD. See, this project I got by default from Azure DevOps, but this one I created because it is allowed. In free account I can create multiple projects, so that's why I will create. But this is not allowed. Creating multiple organization is not allowed at all. So we have to use the default one, but project I can create. Azure Data Factory CI/CD. Let me check one more time. Azure Data Factory CI/CD and repository name is dev CI/CD demo ADF. Repository name is dev, this one, dev CICD demo ADF. Collaboration branch is main. Publish branch is ADF publish. I will explain you this. Project name this, repo name is this, collaboration branch is this, publish branch ADF publish root folder slash import existing resource to repositories tick untick. Import existing resources untick. Resource is untick. And then apply. Now I will explain you this. See, I had told you earlier that in data engineering pipeline, all your data activities like linked list, data sets, pipeline, copy activity, they are all converted into code. Which code? JSON code. But in Azure DevOps Git repository, where is that code? In which branch that code will be available? This is exactly same. ADF publish branch. In this branch, we will have that JSON code. Okay, after publishing our all the data engineering activities, we will get that JSON code is in this branch. ADF publish. We will see that later. So I think this is enough. Use this is untick, and I think we can apply. Yes, we can apply. Repo connected. It is successful. Failed to save publish branch. Hmm. I don't know what that is, but we'll check it later. Now Thor is asking one most important question. Okay? It is about the workflow. Our whole code development workflow which we are going to follow in this project. So Thor is saying, I am still confused. Can you please explain the complete code development workflow one more time? Sure, why not? That's why I'm creating this project. So let's say you are working in one company as a junior data engineer and you got one task. So before performing that, the very first step you will do is you will create a feature branch. Second step is then you will perform all the tasks which you have received, all the data pipeline activities you will perform. Then what? Then you will just commit your code. When software developers work, after completing any code, they just commit and push, right? So same way you will commit, but in ADF commit means save. So you will save. Whenever you will save your data activities, it will be committed in Azure DevOps. We can see that commit. Then what will be the fourth step? You will create a pull request because you are still working in the main branch. In the feature branch. It is not merged to the main branch, and you cannot even merge in the main branch because you are a junior data engineer. So our project manager can only do it. So you will create a pull request. That pull request will go to the project manager. He will then check all your code activities, okay, whether it is correct or not. If these are incorrect, he will tell you that. But if everything is correct, he will give you an appraisal and he will then accept your pull request and he will merge to the main branch. Okay. And then project manager will publish in Azure Data Factory from the main branch. Okay, because you created your work in feature branch, but he has approved your request. Now he will just publish in the main branch. And as I told you earlier, all these data activities will then converted into ARM template, which is nothing but a JSON code. And once that JSON code ARM template is created, your CI/CD pipeline will start working. First, it will be deployed to test environment, then testers will check it, then it will be deployed in production environment. Again, one senior manager will approve that request before moving it to the production. So complete workflow is like that. And in case if you are confused, by the end of this project, you will get the whole understanding. All right. So it's now time to just play with it. Whatever I have explained, we'll just try to play with it. So inside your ADF studio, we are currently in the main branch, but we cannot work in the main branch. I have already told you, right? So we will create a feature branch. I will just improve this nodes in Dev ADF Studio, okay? Because we have 3 ADF workspaces in Dev ADF Studio. We will work. We cannot play in test or prod environment. We can just play in development. So it is Dev Data Factory already. Here we can create one feature branch. Just give this name feature 1. Based on the main branch. Now we can play with it. So I will show you in Azure DevOps. Now let's go to our project first. This is our project. Overview. Where is it, bro? Where is our repository? Just go to repositories. And dev CICD demo ADF. This was our repository. And browse. All right. So just go to branches tab. See, you can see your feature branch. Just refresh it. Feature underscore 1. See, feature underscore 1. So you can see your feature branch here. Now we will create one wait pipeline. Not wait pipeline, wait, we'll create one pipeline and then we'll add wait activity inside that. Create pipeline, new pipeline, just give it a name. Then we will add one wait activity inside that. This activity is actually good for practice purpose. It does nothing but wait for 1 or 2 seconds and then just debug our pipeline. See, just a simple pipeline that waits for a second and carries on. So we will just debug it. So now we are working as a junior engineer, all right? We are in the feature branch. Publish is not available in ADF Studio. We'll have to save changes in Git repository like commit. So how can you commit this wait pipeline? We will save all. Save. Now see it is committing to the Git repository. Think it will be visible as well. Just now. If you can click here. See, you got one pipeline. See, this is the JSON code. Whatever junior engineers will perform and when they will publish, it will be converted to this JSON code like that. Okay. So when our CI/CD pipeline will run, this code will be moved to test environment and production environment. So JSON code looks like that. This is also called an ARM template. So just go. Publish is not available in ADF Studio. I'll have to save changes. We have just saved it. Changes are saved to Git. Now in the Files tab, switch to feature branch. We can see pipeline name.json. We have already seen our JSON file. Now next, what junior engineer, what is the next task of junior engineer? Okay, so he has committed the code. He wants to now merge it with the main branch, but he cannot because his project manager will review it. But how he will review? Be Junior engineer will have to create one pull request. How can you create pull request? So just click on create a pull request and just keep it as it is. And in the reviewers, you will have to add the email ID of your project manager. But here I am the only project manager. Okay, often train is the project manager. So just create. Now this pull request will go to the project manager. He will check all your work and then he will approve. If there are any issues, he will leave comments. But as of now, there is no issue. So he has approved. Now what he will do? He will just merge the changes to the main branch. So click on complete. Complete merge. Okay, so it is merged to the main branch. So this pipeline will now be visible at main branch as well. So just switch to the main branch. See, this pipeline is here. Okay. Now he will just publish so that our JSON code will be developed. It's like building a project. Let's say if you are creating a Java project, you will click on run, right? After running, the build jar code will be created. That will be deployed to test, that will be deployed to production. So same way, this ARM template JSON code is our jar code, jar file. But before that, you will have to publish. Based on main branch, we are creating one more change. Okay, complete merge branches tab. Okay, I will show you this as well. See, let's go to branches tab. So you can see all the branches. As of now, it won't be here because it is already merged to main branch. So branch is already merged. We can open the JSON file here as well. This is our file. Now let's say you want to create one more change. So we'll follow the same process. Copy. Let's say I want to create one more change as a junior engineer, okay? So again, I cannot work here, so I will have to create a feature branch, paste, create. What change I will do? I will just change the wait second to 5. So now we are in the feature branch. Change the wait second to 5. Again, I will commit my code. That means save. It is committed. Now I will Create a pull request because I want to show it to my project manager. Create a pull request. Updating pipeline 1. Who is your project manager? Keep it in the reviewer. Pull request has been created. Project manager will check your code, then he will approve like this, and then he will merge the code to the main branch like this. Complete merge. That's it. That's how you will have to perform the whole workflow whenever you are performing any data engineering tasks in real world companies. I will show you the second push as well. Branches, I have already merged it. So if you check your ARM template JSON code, then wait time will be 5 seconds. See, it is updated. And similarly, you can see commits as well. See, all these commits updating pipeline. You can check pushes as well. See, updating pipeline. You can check all pull requests as well. What the heck? There are no pull requests. Oh, okay. I have already approved the pull request. That's why. If you if you don't approve, it will appear in this list. All right. So recently, because of the new update, Microsoft company has hidden the feature of creating build pipelines and release pipelines in our Azure DevOps portal. Okay, so we have to do one thing. We will have to enable it manually. Then only this feature will be available. So in organization settings, go to settings. Okay. Just pull the request. Okay, just go to your organization. Go to organization settings. Go to settings menu, which will be this. Yeah, this one. Settings. So these are the two options. I think I will have to zoom. It won't be visible to you. Okay. Disable creation of classic build pipelines. We have to enable it. Okay. So you have to turn it off. I have already turned it off. That's why. Because I have created many projects in Azure DevOps. That's why. But if you are creating project for the first time, it will be turned on. So you have to disable these both. All right. Off. So have you noticed one thing? I have in Dev Azure Data Factory, I have just committed my pipeline to the Git repository, and then my project manager merged it with the main branch. But still, we haven't created a build. So if you are writing Java code, the build will be jar code file, right? But if you are creating data engineering pipeline in Azure Data Factory, your build will be the JSON code, which is like ARM template, which is also called ARM template. So we haven't created that build. We have merged it with the main branch, but we haven't created a build. So just move to the main branch. And then we can just publish from here. So ARM template will be generated and it will be visible in Azure DevOps branches, and everything is in the branches here. So in which branch that ARM template will be visible? In main branch, in feature branch, or something else? So the answer is in ADF publish branch. Okay. By default it uses ADF publish branch. Inside that branch we will have our build, which is JSON code. So just publish it. Publishing. Okay. Now it will say generating ARM template after some time. Publishing complete. Now it will say generating ARM templates. This is nothing but our build, which is JSON file. And now this ARM template should be visible in the branches. In which branch? ADF publish branch. Just go to branches, see. As of now, we only had just main branch or feature branch. But now because we have built our data engineering pipeline, it is now converted into JSON code. So that is available in here. See, these two files are nothing but the build of our data engineering pipeline, which is also called ARM template. Okay, see, this is JSON code and this is also JSON code. So this ARM template only we have to push to the test environment and production environment. Okay, our whole data engineering activities are converted into this JSON code, and this ARM template we will push only this to the test and to prod, and we will have to just change the parameters value here to test and prod. So don't worry, I will show you everything. So in ADF publish branch, I have shown you the ARM template, which you will publish to test and prod. We will just change the name of the parameter. Okay. So our continuous integration pipeline is created. Now it's time to create continuous deployment pipeline. Now Thor is asking, even after publishing in the main branch, our data pipeline is still present in the dev data factory. That means it's still in dev environment. So how we are gonna push it to the test data factory and production data factory? So the answer is we will create ARM deployment task. Using that, we will send it to test and production environment. Because sending a data pipeline means data pipeline is nothing but an ARM template, which I just showed you that JSON code. So we just have to create ARM deployment task, which will send it to the test and prod. So just create that. First, we have to create one stage called test. So in Azure DevOps portal, pipeline tab releases new pipeline. Start with, okay, I will show you. Release. Where it is present. Pipeline. Pipeline releases new pipeline. All right. Pipeline releases. Click on releases. New pipeline. Start with an empty job. Give the stage name as test. Okay, that's it. You can now close it. our test stage is created successfully. Now Thor is asking, we have created a stage called test for test environment, but how will Azure DevOps know what we want to deploy from dev to prod? Okay, we have created stage, that's good, but what to deploy, bro? Azure DevOps have no idea about your ARM deployment task, that JSON code which I showed you. It is present in the branch, it is present in the repository, but this test stage has no idea what to deploy. So the answer is we will add an artifact and we will create ARM deployment task. These two things we have to do. Then it will get an idea that we want to deploy that ARM deployment, sorry, ARM template. Because of these two things, Azure DevOps will know we have to deploy that ARM template, means that JSON code from dev to test. These two things are compulsory because it's like an engine which will take an ARM template from dev and pass it to the test. So even if we will create prod, we will have to create these two things, add an artifact and ARM deployment task. So just do it again. Thor is asking what is artifact? Nothing, just an ARM template. That JSON code which I showed you, that is nothing but an artifact. So in Azure DevOps, we have to create that artifact so that it will know what to pass from dev to test. If you are getting confused, just finish this project with me. At the end, you will get a clear idea what we have done. Okay, so we will add an artifact. Just click on plus source type. Okay, add an artifact. We will have to click on this plus. Source type is Azure Repos. Azure Repos. Project is your project name, which is Azure Data Factory CICD, and repository means this. It should present. Yeah, this is our project. Select your repository name, which is this. Default branch would be ADF publish, because I showed you that ARM template will be present in this ADF publish branch. Default branch ADF publish. Latest from default branch. Latest from default branch. Shallow fetch depth. Now source alias would be keep it as it is and just copy paste it to your notepad. See, source alias for no. Source alias for artifact source alias for test stage. Just copy paste it in your notepad. This name, okay? Dev CICD demo ADF. Dev CICD demo ADF, and now we will add. Now we have test stage. Within that we can add task. So how we will add ARM deployment task? I will show you. In the project we will create 3 tasks, but as of now we just have to create ARM deployment task. In the test card, click on hyperlink agent job plus. Okay. Click on the, okay, well, let me read it again. In the test card, click on hyperlink. Okay. This hyperlink we have to create 0 task. And then click on this plus, add a task. Task version Task version 3, display name ARM template deployment. But what is the task? Agent job plus ARM deployment, ARM template deployment and add. Okay, actually I have to search it. ARM template deployment, that's it. This one we have to add, and now click on this and now fill all these details. So name, display name would be, you can change it, display name, yeah. I will change it to this ADF deployment task. Template. Okay, I have changed it. Deployment scope is resource group. Azure Resource Manager connection. Select your subscription. Select your Azure subscription 1. Authorize. Now Thor is asking one more important question. Azure DevOps portal will write an ARM template in test environment in Azure portal. But DevOps and Azure Data Factory are two different services. So Azure DevOps needs a way to authenticate and with Azure portal, right? See. So what you want to do? In Dev Data Factory we have our, I will show you. This is Dev Data Factory, we have our pipeline C. So we want this pipeline in test data factory as well and production data factory as well. And we are telling this Azure DevOps pipeline, release pipeline to write this. To write this ARM template. This is nothing, pipeline is nothing but an ARM template, okay? So we are saying we are creating ARM deployment task and we are saying here release pipeline, just write my ARM template to the test data factory as well. So for this, Azure DevOps will need a permission to write into test data factory. Okay. So Azure DevOps will need a way to authenticate in test data factory. Then only it can write your pipeline in test environment as well. Okay. So I will repeat one more time. We want this release pipeline to write this to write this pipeline into test data factory as well. Whatever we are creating in dev, we want it in test as well. But this Azure DevOps will need a permission to write it into test environment, test data factory or test resource group you can say. So that is why we will have to perform these two things. It needs a way to authenticate. Okay. We will create a service principal for Azure DevOps, that is nothing but an app identity which will authenticate into Azure portal and it will have access to only test resource group. Okay. Then it can pass your ARM template from dev to test because we are creating service principal and we are providing a way to authenticate into Azure portal. Now it can have permission to the test data factory and test resource group. Okay, I hope you understood this. I know it's little bit complex, but I tried my best. Okay, so now click on this drop down in front of authorize option. I think it is here, yeah. Click on this drop down, advanced options. It's looking scary, bro. But no worries, I am here for you. So restrict access to specific resource groups. Okay, so now we want to restrict the access to only test resource group. So service principal authentication selected. Service principal authentication is already selected. Resource group, our test resource group, test CICD demo RG. Okay. So in resource group, just give the access of your test resource group only. Test CICD demo RG. Okay, now it can pass your pipeline from dev to test. Azure DevOps, okay. Azure DevOps service principal has now access to test resource group. All right. Hmm. Now access to test resource group. Check that. So how can we check that access? In test resource group, we will go to IAM role assignment tab. Do I have to click OK? Yeah. Just click on OK. Now go to test resource group. Where is our test resource group? Where it is, bro? What the heck, man? I remember I had created it for sure. Go to home. Just click on resource groups. Here it is present. So go to your test resource group. Now click on this access control IAM. Now we should see the Azure DevOps identity here. That means Azure DevOps now has now access to test resource group in the role assignment tab. Here it should be present. It is loading. I hope it will come here. See, this is uh, this is our service principal, means it is Azure DevOps. Our Azure DevOps will now have access to this test resource group. Now it can pass your pipeline from dev to test for sure. We have checked it as well. Access to test resource group, we have checked that. Now continue to Azure DevOps tab. Where were we? Here. So now select your subscription. Azure subscription 1. Action should be create or update. Resource group is test resource group. Location is US. Test resource group. Location is East US. US 1. East US only. That's it. I will have to zoom out. Oh, not this much. Action resource group location is already done. Now in the middle of the process, he is asking one question. That is Thor, bro. He would ask questions in the middle of your any step or something. He doesn't care. He has lot of questions and which will definitely solve your queries. So in the middle of this, he is asking, I have understood the concept of ARM template variable, but this is just an imaginary ARM template. I want to see how does it look. It's a Python file, Java file, or what. So answer is it's just a JSON file, looks normal, but it will bring all our pipeline dataset link services and triggers from dev to test. So in this process, I will show you template location linked artifact. Template location linked artifact. Now in the template, we have to pick our ARM template for factory JSON. Now in the template, we will pick our ARM three dots. See, we have to pick this ARM template parameters for factory.json. Sorry, not parameters, just ARM template for factory.json. This one, ARM template for factory.json and OK. What happened? It is not going. I will cancel manually. And now in the template parameters, you have to select that parameters JSON. Am I correct? Over, sorry, pick ARM template parameters for factory. Yes. So here you can pick for parameters JSON, this one. ARM template parameters for factory.json. Okay. Override template parameters is empty. Keep it empty. Azure DevOps portal repos tab file CDF publish branch or factory.json. We don't need to show it right now. So I'll remove this. Okay. So we have entered the path of our ARM templates. Both normal template JSON and parameter template JSON. These are stored in our Git repo. Now Thor is asking, in factory name parameters, value is set to dev CICD demo ADF, but we want to deploy it to the test. So what is the answer? Answer is we will just override dev name with the test name, so that the, the pipeline in the dev data factory will go in the test data factory instead of just updating in the dev again. So just do that. In factory name parameters, value is set to dev CICD demo ADF. We want to override it. So override template parameters three dots in the value change dev to test. Override template uh, parameters, click on three dots. How to change dev to test? Directly we can just write test. Test. Okay. So now we are saying that our pipelines in the dev environment, dev data factory should go to this test data factory after publishing the ARM template. Okay. Deployment mode is incremental. Pipeline tab, top bar. We will keep all this as it is, incremental. Okay. Now Thor is saying release pipeline is created, but let's say if he makes some change in ADF dev environment, means dev data factory. Let's say he creates some new pipeline, new data ingestion pipeline, and then he publish it, he creates new ARM template. Then that should automatically deploy to the test environment. Wait, I will show you where is dev. Yeah, okay. Dev ADF, yeah. So here let's say I create any new pipeline and I do all those things like create PR, approve, merge to main. Then from main branch my project manager will publish it and it will generate new ARM template. Okay. So it should automatically pass to the test environment. Then this should automatically present in the test data factory as well. So how can we do that? So for this we will use trigger. Okay, we will use trigger, and as soon as some new pipeline created and you generate an ARM template in dev, it should automatically pass it to the test. We will enable continuous deployment trigger. So in artifact card, continuous deployment trigger icon. So let's check it in our ADF, not ADF, Azure DevOps portal. Uh, Pipeline tab. Okay, it's already written here pipeline tab. So in pipeline tab, which trigger, here or here? Continuous deployment trigger. Okay. See, we will enable continuous deployment trigger. Click here and continuous deployment trigger we have to enable. That's it. No, that's not it. Branch filter. No branch filter. We will add one branch filter. Type equal to include branch equal to ADF publish. Oh, because our ARM template will be generated in ADF publish branch. So we are on the basis of this ARM template, it will trigger this pipeline. That's why we are giving this branch. And now we can just close it, rename the new release pipeline ADF CD. Just close it. Yeah, we can rename it here. ADF CD option 1 release pipeline. Copy. Paste. Okay. So we have renamed our pipeline as well. Save. And we can write this comment. Copy. Just save it so that this all this hard work should be present in this portal. Uh, Paste in the comment. And then okay. I hope it is saved. Now Thor is asking how to check our ARM deployment task. Means how to check whether our ARM deployment is getting deployed from dev to test. How can we check that? We have performed all this hard work, but where is the result? So answer is, yeah, we'll manually create release and check whether pipeline is getting deployed or not. So how can we do that? In ADF portal, in dev data factory, we get we got simple wait pipeline. But in test data factory, we got nothing. Once the release is successful, we should see the pipeline in test data factory. Okay. So I don't need to make this as two comments. One would be enough. So in Azure DevOps portal, in pipeline tab, releases, create release, create. Pipeline tab, releases, create release, pipeline tab, releases, create release, and create. Just create. Release 1 has been created. Click on the hyperlink, close the dialog box, go to test data factory and refresh. Okay. So we have our basic pipeline in dev data factory. So we'll just manually pushing it to the dev in or test environment. So it should be present in here. In test ADF, that same pipeline should be present. So it is resource group, but we want to go to the test data factory. Test RG. Inside test resource group, our test data factory is here. A launch studio. Let's see whether it is succeeded or not. Yeah, it is succeeded. So we'll see the pipeline here. From dev data factory to test data factory. I hope it is present here. All right. Our hard work is finally done. Here is the result. Now you can go out, take a break, have a cup of tea and come back because we have got a lot of work to do. So we have successfully deployed our ARM template from dev to test data factory. Now we will check end-to-end CI/CD workflow. So let's say as a junior data engineer, I will just create a feature branch in dev data factory. I'll save it. That means I will commit to Git. Then I'll create a pull request so that my manager can check it. If the manager approves it, he will merge it to the main branch. Then from main branch, from dev data factory, he will just publish it so that ARM template will be generated and we know what happens next. That ARM template will be deployed from dev environment to test environment. This will prove that our CI/CD is completely automated. Okay, and same pipeline will be present in test data factory as well. So let's check that. Test release pipeline 1. Just copy this name. Okay, so we have to create a feature dev ADF. Yes, too many tabs here, man. No worries, they are required. So create a new branch. That means we are creating feature branch as a junior. Now I am working as a junior data engineer. Okay, create. Now I can do whatever task I want to perform, like create another pipeline, give this name, New pipeline, give this name, that's it. Just bring in the same wait activity. It's good for testing, it's good for just playing with it. Alright, and now I want to commit my changes to Git repository so that I will save. Okay, now I want my project manager to check it, so I'll create a pull request. Create a pull request from here. Adding pipeline to, you can name it whatever you want, and reviewer, keep your project manager here. As of now I am the only project manager, so I'll create a pull request. If everything is correct, the project manager will approve it and he will merge it to the main branch. Now in Dev Data Factory, project manager will publish it from main branch so that ARM template will be generated and the pipeline will be pushed. Pipeline will be deployed to test environment as well. So I have switched to the main branch and now publish. Okay. Now ARM template, that means that JSON code will be generated and it will be deployed to the test data factory. Generating ARM templates, done. Now it should automatically trigger our pipeline. Where I can check it, pipeline releases. Yeah, see, it's working. It is currently in progress. You can check the logs as well. It is already succeeded. Now I will check in the test data factory. See, as of now it is only one, but I will refresh it. All right, your second pipeline is also here. Our end-to-end CI/CD workflow is working completely fine. See, our end-to-end CI/CD pipeline is working fine, but let's check two scenarios. So let's say if we delete any pipeline in our development environment, then will our pipeline be able to handle that change? Means, can it deploy that change to test and prod data factory? And let's say second scenario. Let's say we update our trigger or delete our trigger. So will that be deployed to test ADF and prod ADF? Will our CI/CD pipeline be able to handle that change? No. As of now, our CI/CD pipeline is not able to handle this change. But is there any solution on it? Yeah, we can use pre-deployment and post-deployment script. So our CI/CD pipeline will be industry ready. It will be able to handle everything, each and every scenario, update, delete, everything. So Thor is asking that same question. Let's say if we delete our pipeline, let's say we update our trigger and publish that to main branch, then ARM template will be generated. That ARM template will be deployed to test and prod, but will our change be visible? Let's see that. So this pipeline doesn't handle delete. We cannot update active triggers as part of deployment. I just explained you this. Now go to Dev Data Factory. We'll create one trigger in release 1 and we'll update in release 2 and show the issue. So first, our very first step will be to create a feature branch. Just copy the name of the feature branch. Where is dev data factory here? So let's create a feature branch. Paste this name. Let's call it pitfalls. Means disadvantages. Not disadvantages, issues. Create. Now we'll just delete the pipeline too. Okay, because we want to check the deletion. Deletion is getting deployed or not. Let's delete this pipeline too. Delete. Okay. Now we will create one trigger. So in manage tab, we can just create this trigger 1. Type will be tumbling window. So let's go to manage, where is triggers? Triggers menu, new, just give it a type trigger underscore 1. That is same. Type will be tumbling window. And recurrence will be every 24 hours. We want this trigger to run every 24 hours. Not every 15 minutes, every 24 hours. Start trigger on creation tick. Okay. Start trigger on creation, just enable it. All right. And now it is just click on OK. Now what we will do? We will attach this trigger to pipeline 1 as well. Author tab, click on pipeline 1, add trigger, new edit. Okay. Author tab, click on this pipeline 1. Click on this add trigger, new edit. New edit. And then we can choose our trigger 1. Okay, save. Just choose your trigger and okay. Trigger 1, okay. And then save. Now we can see the trigger with status started. Okay, let's check this. Manage tab, triggers, trigger status is started. Yeah, exactly. Now we'll create a pull request. Okay, that same workflow. As a junior data engineer, we'll just create a pull request. Let's say we got a task to create a trigger and delete pipeline 2. So that's what we did in feature branch, and now we are just raising a request so that our senior project manager can check it and merge it with the main branch. So create a pull request. What can you write? Deleted pl underscore 2 means pipeline 2 and created a trigger. Keep the description same as well. And then in reviewers, you will have to add the email address of your project manager. As of now, I am the only project manager. So just create it. Okay, so create pull request is created. Now your project manager will see it. He will check it. And if everything is correct, he will just approve it. and after that he will merge this feature branch with main branch here. Sorry, click on this complete merge. Okay, it is merged to main branch, and here if you change your branch to main, your trigger will be visible. Let's check this. See, your trigger is visible in main branch as well because your project manager has merged it. Now in files tab, we can check the changes. See, in files, we can see the change. Where it is present, ARM template, yeah, I think it will be visible in ARM template. We can see the trigger. It will be here somewhere, okay? So just don't waste your time on this. Now check in Dev Data Factory, switch to main branch and publish. Oh, we haven't published. We just committed it. So if we are in the main branch, we can just publish it. Yes, we can publish from here only. Now it will see, it is showing the changes. We have deleted the pipeline and we have added new trigger. Click on OK. Now it will push that updated ARM template to your release pipeline. Okay, ARM template is now generated. Now we will see our pipeline. We know that as long as we publish the ARM template, our CICD pipeline will start and it will deploy the changes from dev to test. So we are gonna check the same. So it will be visible in pipelines releases. See, pipeline is running. It is succeeded. Now we will just check in the test data factory whether that pipeline is deleted or not. So let's go to home page. Where is test ADF? Yeah, this one. We'll open ADF Studio from here. Launch Studio. Go to Author tab. See, pipeline is still here. We have deleted it. So, and we have deployed the change. So from dev environment, it should be passed to test environment. But see, pipeline 2 is still visible. It's not able to handle the deletion. If we check triggers, trigger is present, but status is not started, stopped. You got my point? It's not able to handle the deletion. Still two pipelines are there. Now we will just test the trigger. Let's say if we start manually then and publish the ARM template, it should like pass to the test. We will try to do the same. trigger. Let's try to start it. Okay, and let's publish it and just publish. So it will throw an error in our CI/CD pipeline. I will just show you that. See, if some issues are there, then we should also be able to demonstrate the issue. Okay, we shouldn't just directly work on the solution. First, we need to understand the issues. So if you check your release pipeline, can we refresh it? Okay, new release. So check this issue. First, we will go and update the trigger in dev data factory. Okay. So before performing this, see, you saw this, right? It was not able to handle the deletion. Two pipelines are already there. I had shown you that. Test data factory. See, pipeline 2, we deleted it in dev data factory. We have only one pipeline. But in test data factory, two pipelines are there. So first issue you have understood. Okay. Second trigger issue, I will show you. Just wait. Now we will actually try to update the trigger and then we will publish the ARM template. Then we'll check in the CI/CD pipeline whether it is able to handle the updation of trigger or not. Okay, it failed in the updation of pipeline. We'll just now see the updation of trigger. So as usual, we'll have to create a feature branch in Dev Data Factory. So just do that. We are in test. Sorry, in Dev Data Factory, just create a new branch. Branch name would be demo trigger update issue. Okay. Copy paste. Branch name is invalid. Why, bro? Okay. There is some white space. Now it is fine. Let me update in my notes as well. Hmm. Now just update your trigger. Create. Now we will go to the manage tab and we will update our trigger in this feature branch and then publish. So how can we update? I think we will click here. Now we will add an end date. Okay. End date would be tomorrow's date. Specify an end date 1/1/2016. So we will write tomorrow's date. See, bro, it is 1st of Jan. It is New Year, but I am creating a project for you, and you all are celebrating. Not everyone, but majority of people. So for this, just hit a like. That's it. I don't want anything else. Just hit a like to this video. So I will put tomorrow's date, 2nd of Jan, and then what to do? That's it. Just hit OK. Okay, then we will commit our changes to GitHub, Git repository. Sorry, how can we do that? We will save it. I think we can do it from author tab. Uh, why it is not showing save? Mhm. I think we can directly create a pull request. You don't need to save it, just create a pull request. Let me check my trigger one more time. Trigger, refresh, and date is there. Just now we will need to create a pull request. Okay, so I will create a pull request to show it to my manager. Updated trigger and put your project manager's email in your reviewers. As of now, I am the only project manager, so I will put mine and just create. Now it will be sent to your project manager. He will check the changes and then he will approve and then he will merge it to the main branch. Merge. Merging pull request. Done. And now we will just switch to the main branch. Our trigger should be updated here. We'll just check. What? End date is not here. Why it is not updated? Fail to save trigger 1. You are not allowed to save the current branch. Either select a branch. Okay. Let's again try to switch to the feature branch. No, there is no feature branch. We have already merged the changes. Don't know why it is not showing. I think we had to publish it. Okay. Sorry. Really sorry. To commit it, we will have to publish it. So please bear with me. Just create one more feature branch. New branch. Just repeat the process with me one more time. I'm really sorry about my mistake, but it happens. I'm showing you live because of that. Feature, demo trigger update, issue, paste. So we have created a feature branch. And now we will, in this feature branch, we will update our trigger. We will add an end date. Click on it, specify end date. Click here, 2nd of Jan. Okay. Okay. Now we will publish. Oh, publish is still not visible. We'll again create a pull request. Updating trigger 1 for second time. Add a reviewer yourself, create, approve, merge to main. Then after approving, it is merged to main. Okay. Now we will switch to main and publish. Feature branch, just switch to the main branch. Now we can publish. Now ARM template will be generated. Trigger 1 edited. Okay. Now it is working. ARM template will be generated now, and let's see whether it's able to deploy the updation of trigger in test data factory or not. Okay, ARM template is generated now. Quickly check the releases. Check our release pipeline. See, pipeline is started. We can check the logs as well. All right. As you can see, it is not able to handle the updation of trigger. Okay, it has thrown the error. So it was not able to handle the updation of pipeline. Sorry, deletion of pipeline. It is, and second issue is it is not able to handle the updation of trigger. So these are the two issues. And what is the solution of this on these two issues? We'll add pre-deployment and post-deployment script. These are the solutions on these two issues, and we will perform the same. In case you are getting confused, Thor is here for you. He is asking couple of questions. He is asking, let's say if we delete the pipeline, also if we update the trigger and publish that to main branch, so will ARM template deployment task be able to handle that in CICD? No, but we will use pre-deployment and post-deployment script. We already know that. I have added this question just for the revision. Now second question. What does this pre-deployment script actually do? Pre-deployment script will be stopping your trigger. Also, it will identify the objects data which are deleted, like pipeline. We deleted a pipeline, so it should identify that. Pre-deployment script will do that for us. And now third question is, what does our post-deployment script will do? It will restart all the triggers and delete the objects removed from development, like pipeline. Okay, so in pre-deployment script, it will identify the objects which are deleted, and in post-deployment script, it will actually delete it. It will actually remove from development environment. Okay. Now Thor is asking, bro, you're talking a lot about this pre and post-deployment script, but from where will I get this script? Okay. So don't worry, it's available on Microsoft website, but I will also provide the script in the description. No need to worry about that. Just you have to paste it as it is in the correct location. So The name will be like this: pre-post deployment script dot version 2 dot ps1. And we have to upload this script to Azure DevOps repository. Now you can just download the file in the laptop and open it with Visual Studio Code. It's a shell script. Now Thor is asking, we have downloaded the script in laptop, but how will we use it in the Azure DevOps? Okay, it's available. The script is there in your laptop, but how it will work in Azure DevOps? So no worries, we will just upload the script in Azure DevOps repository. How to do that? I will show you. Add this file to Azure DevOps repo in main branch, feature branch plus approve plus merge to main. Okay, so then we will do we will perform all our workflow, feature branch, approve, etc. etc. So first in Azure DevOps portal, we will have to create a feature branch. We will do that. It is not Azure DevOps portal, it is Azure portal. So here, where should we do it? We can do it from here only. So in repos, you just go to branches option, and we can create new branch from here. And what will be the name of the branch? Feature slash add pre-post deployment. Copy, create your feature branch, give it a name, work items to link. Do we need to add anything there? No, you don't need to add anything, just create it based on main, right? Branches, new branch, just create. Okay, created. So this feature branch is available here. Now what? Click on this feature branch. We will create a folder there, and inside that folder we will upload our script. Click on this feature. Click on this add pre-post deployment branch. So inside this branch we will create a folder, and inside that folder we will upload a script. So folder name would be release. Copy. Three dots. Here or here? In which folder? Dev CICD demo ADF in front of. Okay, so in the parent we will create one folder. Name would be release. Do we need to add file name? Yes. One file name should be always present there, otherwise it won't get created. readme.md, same as GitHub. You will need to add at least one file. readme.md. Okay, so we have created this release folder in the feature branch. Now we have to upload our script here. Okay, commit. How to commit? Do we need to write anything? Yes, we will write. Hello. Fun train. Commit. Okay, first commit is done. And now we will add a script version 2. So in the release folder, click on three dots, upload a file, and we will just browse the file and commit. Okay, browse new upload. Okay, inside release just upload. We can just drag and drop. So this is my file available on desktop folder. I will just drop the script here, and don't worry, I will provide the shell script in the video description, so you don't worry about that. And now I will just commit it. Browse the file and commit. Okay, so I have committed a file. This file is present inside this release folder and in feature branch. Okay, not in main branch. We will again have to create a pull request because our senior project manager will always check no matter what. He will always check, bro. So create a pull request, approve and merge to main branch. Create, how to create a pull request here? Hmm. How to create a pull request? New file, not file, bro. How to create a pull request? Create a pull request. It is just showing title and description. Oh, it is here. It is here only, bro. What the heck? Am I blind or what? It is in front of my eyes only. Hmm. Shit happens. No worries. Create a pull request and just write the title. No need to add the description. Now you can add the email of your project manager. As of now, I am the only project manager, so I will create a pull request. I will check the script. Okay, not I or your project manager will check a script. If everything is correct, he will just approve and he will merge to main branch. Complete merge. So inside your GitHub repository, now that script will be available in your main branch. Okay, your manager has approved your pull request. It will be available in the main branch now. So we'll just check our script here. In branches, just go to main branch and we'll see the release folder exactly, and the script is available here. Now Thor is asking, okay, we have uploaded script while to Azure DevOps in main branch. So now release pipeline can use that script, right? No, it is not right. It is completely wrong. Release pipeline cannot use the script from your laptop. It also cannot use a script from your Azure DevOps repository from any branch, main branch, feature branch. It cannot use from repository. Whenever you create any type of release pipeline, it can only access the files via artifacts. Okay. Last time also, at the time of accessing the ARM template, we had added an artifact. So this time we want our release pipeline to access this script file. Again, we will have to add an artifact. Then only release pipeline will get this file. Okay. So just quickly add an artifact so that CICD pipeline will have access to this script. So in pipeline option, edit. Okay. Where is pipeline? Pipelines. Okay. Now, where is our pipeline? I think go to releases. Exactly. Not in the pipeline, you have to go to the releases. Now we have to click on edit in the top right section. So just search is, yeah, this is the one. Click on edit. All right. Now what? How to add an artifact? Pick the artifacts card, dev CICD demo ADF, and then click on plus add. Okay. This is the artifact card. And now we have to click on add. Plus add. Source type would be Azure Repos Git. Project would be this, and source would be this dev CICD demo ADF. I think it is the repository name. Okay. So source type is Azure Repos Git. Project would be this first one, and source means repository is this dev CICD demo ADF. Default branch would be main. No, I think yeah, it is main. So at the time of adding this ARM template, we used this ADF publish branch as the default branch because that ARM template was coming after publishing those changes from Dev Data Factory. Those ARM template was coming in this ADF publish branch. But now we have uploaded our script file to this main branch. That's why we are selecting this main. Now default version is latest from the default branch, and default branch is main, source alias ADF main. Okay, we will change the source alias because at the time of adding the artifact for ARM template, this same source alias were there. Now we need to just change it so that we can differentiate. So we will just use dev CICD demo ADF main. Dev CICD demo ADF. Now we can just add main because our script file is present in the main branch, and you need to store it as well in the notepad. I already told you this. See, I have stored it. See, for not testage, ARM template source alias was this, and now for script file our source alias would be this ADF main. It is same, just I have added main so that I can differentiate. So you also need to store it. It will be useful later. And now I think we can add, save, add, and now we can save. Added artifact for script file so that release pipeline can use it. Okay. Now this script file is available to this release pipeline. Now we can use it. This artifact is for ARM template. This artifact is for our script file, pre and post deployment script. Now Thor is asking, I have created an artifact. Now release pipeline can access the script. But do you remember when you wanted to deploy an ARM template from dev to test? That time you had also created this artifact, but after that you created an ARM deployment task. Do you remember that? So same way, now also you have created this artifact, but you have to create pre and post deployment tasks as well. Okay, these are two compulsory steps. Always add an artifact first because so that our release pipeline can access this file. After that, you need to create a tasks. Then your CICD pipeline will work completely. So let's go ahead and add a pre-deployment shell script task. Now this is like little bit complex part, so you need to watch it carefully. Pick test card, click on hyperlink plus. Pick this test card, click on the hyperlink. Yes. Now click on this plus button in front of agent job. Plus, and now you need to exactly search this only, okay? No PowerShell or PowerShell something else. Don't do this. Just search this Azure PowerShell, okay? I have faced many errors because of this simple mistake. I have added type as different PowerShell. We have to add Azure PowerShell. See, I will show you only. There are many PowerShell tasks. So don't add anything else. Azure PowerShell. Just use this and only this. Then it will work. Azure PowerShell, now add it. Just pick it and now fill all these details which are mentioned in my notes. Version, latest install version. What is latest 5 only, and display name would be, I will just copy it. Copy and just paste your name. Subscription would be subscription 1. I think these are same only, right? Yes, 3E8. Use this one. Now script type would be script file path. Script file path is already selected. Script path, browse link artifact, this alias. Now in main release folder and select your script. OK. Now while adding an artifact, you have added your script, but you need to give the path here. So you need to browse it. It was in this second ADF main. Okay, in your main branch means your script is there. In release folder, this is the script. Just select it and OK. Now what about script arguments? Just paste this given code. As of now, just paste as it is. Now you have to like replace some fields. I will explain you that, don't worry. Okay. Now in script argument section, we need the location of our ARM template. So click on the ARM template deployment job, copy all the path in template section. Just pick this ARM deployment task and which is the path? Template section, all of this. JSON, see. This is your ARM deployment file. Sorry, ARM template file. So this is the complete path of your ARM template. Copy this. Copy all the path in template section, right? So we have copied everything from template section. Come back to pre-deployment job and paste it there. Just copy it one more time. I was confused. Now in pre-deployment section, where to paste? I don't think it's visible to you or not. I will just try to zoom it a little bit more. Okay, now it's fine. So you have to paste it in the first double quotes after this ARM template. Paste in the first double quotes here. Exactly. So just we will paste it. I hope it is correct. You have to do this very carefully, okay? Even one mistake will fail your pipeline. And now ARM template is done. Come back to pre-deployment job, paste it in the first double quotes. Now resource group name. We will add our test resource group. So you remember I told you to write everything here. Now we are using it. What is the name of your test resource group? This test CICD demo RG. Copy. Resource group name CICD demo RG. Where is resource group name? Here. Just paste your test resource group name and now data factory name. That means ADF workspace name. The name of my test data factory is this. You have to paste yours, whatever you have copied here. Now in test data factory name. We'll just paste script argument code is done now. Okay, this section is completed. Now you have to go down and Azure PowerShell version, latest installed version. Azure PowerShell version. See here. So just tick on latest installed version. Now go to advanced and use PowerShell core tick. Okay, in advanced you have to tick this option. Go to advanced and just tick this, use PowerShell core. That's it. I think our job is created. Pre-deployment job is created. But one more thing, we want it to run before our ARM template deployment, right? Because it is pre-deployment, okay? So we have to run it before deployment. So just drag and drop it before ARM template deployment job and save it. So how to, so we'll just drag it above. It is pre-deployment and now we can save. How can we save? Why it is not giving me this option to save? Alright, so this issue was not from my side, it was from Azure company's side. Actually, you just have to, actually it was not able, the UI was not able to detect this change of pre-deployment task. So you can just like play with it a little bit, try to add one more job. Let's say ARM deployment job, ARM template deployment one more time. See, it is disabled. Now just go here and remove it. See, save is here. So just you gotta just play with it a little bit, but don't play with these tasks which we have worked really hard for. Just add some new task and just remove them, and then this will be visible. I think Microsoft needs to take a look at this issue. This can like piss off the user. So no worries, we'll just save it and we'll write pre-deployment task added. Just okay. Okay, so now this is saved. Our pre-deployment job is saved successfully. Now Thor is saying, okay, after all this hard work, I have added a pre-deployment task, but it took too much time. Also, Microsoft was pissing me off by disabling that save button. So he's asking, is there any way or any shortcut to create a post-deployment task? So answer is yes. We can just clone the pre-deployment task and make some changes. We don't need to do all the things from the very scratch. So just uh, we can just clone it. So right click on pre-deployment task, clone task. So this one is cloned. This second one is the copy. Now again he is asking, bro, I am getting confused about the sequence of tasks. So the sequence of task is as follows. Okay, first pre-deployment, which will stop the trigger. Second is ARM template deployment, which will like pass the ARM template from dev to test. And finally, post deployment task will be there, which will actually start the trigger and delete the removed objects so that it can handle deletion as well. So we will now push the ARM template deployment in the middle because we know the sequence now. ARM template should be there in the middle. Pre-deployment. So just drag this in the middle side, ARM deployment, and then we will just make it post deployment. Okay, so now we'll make some changes in the post deployment task. Pick it and display name would be post deployment deployment copy. So just remove this copy and instead of pre just write post. That's it. Now we'll make changes in script argument. There are only two changes. We just have to make this pre-deployment false and delete deployment true. And then our task will be ready. So just make it pre-deployment false. So in script argument section, where is pre-deployment? See, it is true, right? So we will make it false. False and delete deployment will make it true. Delete deployment will be true. And bang, our tasks are now ready. Pro, they are not ready yet. Microsoft company can really piss you off by disabling this button, but we'll check whether it is there or not. Oh, this time it is there. Okay, thanks a lot. Now we can just save it. Post deployment task added. Done. Now Thor is saying, can we just test it end to end, whether it is working or not? So answer is yeah, sure, we can test. Just follow the complete workflow process. Create a feature branch in Dev Data Factory, then make some changes, then create a pull request, approve it, merge to main, and then again from Dev Data Factory, switch to the main branch and publish. And then check the logs whether it's able to handle the updates or not. So we'll just do that. Where is Dev Data Factory? Yeah, this one. Create one feature branch. New branch. Feature branch name is update pipeline. Create. and do some simple change like just change the name of this wait activity. Wait, and then we'll just commit this change to the GitHub. Committed. Now it will we will create a pull request so that our project manager will check it. Just add a reviewer, create a pull request, project manager will approve it and he will merge to main branch. Now from here we will just switch to the main branch. See, changes are here, and now we will just publish it so that ARM template will be generated and this same change will be deployed to test data factory as well. So just publish. Okay. Now we will just check our release pipeline and we'll check the logs. Pipeline releases. And just check the logs. Okay, so our pipeline is successful. We'll just quickly check it in test ADF. As you can see, the second pipeline is deleted. Earlier, just even though we deleted the pipeline in Dev Data Factory, still two pipelines were there. Now it is just one. That means it is handling the deletion. And name is also updated. Wait one to wait. So only one pipeline is there means it is completely handling the deletion, but we need to check one more thing. We'll check the trigger. Okay, so will trigger should be now started status and it should be updated, like end date should be there. Earlier we were not able to, like, the pipeline was not able to handle the trigger update, but now it should be working fine. So from test data factory, just go to the manage triggers, refresh. As you can see, it is in the status is started. Earlier it was stopped, and also it was not showing the end date. Okay, now as we can see, end date is also visible. Tomorrow's end date. I changed it just now. Okay, so end date was visible to us. That means it is, look, I will show you one more time. Yeah, discard the changes. End date should be visible. Trigger, see, end date is there. I won't click now here. So as you can see, both the issues have been solved. It is able to handle the deletion of pipelines Also, it can now handle the updation of triggers. End date is visible now, and status is also started. So our release pipeline is now fixed. It's applying deletion to the objects, and it can apply trigger changes. It's all the magic of that pre-deployment script and post-deployment script. Okay, so first we created an artifact so that it can like access the script file. Then as usual we will just add tasks. First we added pre-deployment task and then we added post-deployment task. Now Thor is asking one question. In the tasks, okay, in the all the tasks like pre-deployment, post-deployment, we are using hard-coded values. Like we are just typing the complete resource group, we are typing the location, data factory name, resource group name. Okay, but if what if is this hard-coded value changes? Let's say in the future I am changing the name of my resource group. Okay, let's say in the future I'm changing the location or I'm changing the data factory name. Then in this case pipeline will fail. Okay, because we had these values hard coded, and if we want to change it then we will have to re-edit all the each and every value in all the three tasks. So is there any solution? Of course there is a solution. We will convert these hard coded values into variables, so that let's say in the future if I change the resource group name, location or data factory name, then I will not have to like re-edit all the tasks. I will just edit the variables because I'm creating the variables for all these values like resource group, one variable for location, one variable for data factory. Okay, so I will just, in case these values changes, I will just change the value of these variables. I will not have to like re-edit all the tasks. So let's create these variables. So in Azure DevOps portal, releases, edit, click on test card hyperlink, tasks tab will open. Okay, in Azure DevOps portal, click on releases. Click on edit. Click on this test card hyperlinks. So tasks will open. Now here you can add variables. We'll click on ARM template deployment task. This one. Actually, we'll go here. Variables tab. Select pipeline variables and we can now add variables. So first would be data factory. Second variable will be for location. Third will be for resource group. Just quickly copy paste. Add first variable. Name would be this and its value would be test CICD OT ADF. And the scope would be test. Think I will have to like zoom out little bit. Scope would be test. Let's say in the future I am changing the data factory name, then I will not touch those pipelines, tasks. I will just change the value here. I will update this value. That's it. Now add second variable. location, value would be East US. You can add whatever location you want, not whatever location, the location which you are using in the pipeline. That location you can add, and scope will be test. You will add one more, one for resource group. Test CICD demo RG, and scope would be test. Now we will just start making the changes in jobs. First we will edit pre-deployment job, means instead of hard coding values we will just add these variables. That change we will do. So first we will go to pre-deploy. First open the tasks. First we will edit the pre-deployment task. So in script argument section, replace resource group name with just dollar and resource group. Script argument section here. Now I will zoom in to show you. In script argument section, we will change the resource group name, ARM template, don't touch ARM template, just resource group name. Instead of this test CICD demo RG, you paste your this variable. Same for data factory name. Test CICD OT ADF. Paste your variable name. And now we will do the same in ARM deployment. ARM template deployment job. So select template deployment. Here also we are using some hard coded value. I don't know where. Source group. I think this resource group name. Yeah. Resource group name with this variable. Also the location. Here. Also the location we will change with variable. Copy. Paste. Now anything else? Override template parameters factory name should be this data factory. Okay. Okay, just copy it whole. In override template parameters. Just change here. Paste. All right. Now change the hard-coded values with variables in post-deployment job. Script argument section, change with resource group variable. In post deployment script argument section, change resource group name with variable, change the data resource group name, change the data factory name with variables, resource group and data factory. Copy, and from here data factory name is this, paste. All right, I think that's it. Now we will just save it. Added variables and just save. Now we will just quickly check it. We'll do manual release only, okay? No need to like make some changes in dev ADF then deploy it to the test ADF. We'll just quickly check using manual release. So on top right side here we can just create release and create. So open this release. Just refresh it. All right, so it is working as expected. Now Thor is asking, everything is set for test environment, but what about prod environment? So answer is, we'll create prod deployment stage. No worries about that. So we have completed release pipeline for test. Now we will complete the release pipeline for deploying our ARM template to production. So let's quickly create a stage. Releases, edit. Okay. So in Azure DevOps portal, it is releases menu and click on edit. Now select test stage. Copy the test stage and make corresponding changes. Plus add in front of stages, clone stage. Okay. I think we have to click here. Plus add clone stage. stage name, just give it prod and click on hyperlink. Now we are not creating this prod stage from the very start, okay? We are just cloning the test stage. And then we will just make some changes. Now we can give stage names prod prod. Now click on this hyperlink. First we will edit pre-deployment. Select pre-deployment job. First, before that, we will need to add variables for production as well. See, variables are already copied, but we need to update this name. Data factory name for production will be different. Location will be same, but resource group name again will be different. As you can see, this is resource group name, ADF name. Okay. Data factory and resource group values we need to update. PROD data factory variable is updated for prod. Location will be same. Resource group name, just update this variable as well. PRD prod CICD demo RG. So I have updated variables. I think we need to delete this location, but no worries. Let's check. If it threw an error, then we will see. Now we tasks tab, select ADF deployment. Task. Now go to tasks tab, ADF deployment task. In this we will have to update our source manage connection subscription. Okay, we have to update this. Where is subscription? It is scoped to resource group of test, but we will have to update it to the production resource group as well. See, now Thor is asking, now you want to deploy your work to production environment, means production resource group basically. But Azure DevOps doesn't have access of your production environment. So I remember, if you can remember, we had given access of test resource group to this service principal. See, service principal is nothing but an identity of your Azure DevOps. So Azure DevOps, so we had given the contributor role in test resource group. But now we want to deploy our work to production stage as well, right? So we will have to give the contributor role to production resource group. Okay. I will repeat one more time. Now you want to deploy your work to production environment, means production resource group. So your Azure DevOps doesn't have an access of production resource group. So we will assign contributor role to this app registration. But where? In production resource group. Okay. See, I have written in answer. We will give contributor role to Azure DevOps inside production environment, because it cannot directly go inside your production resource group. Okay. So it is not good for safety. In real world organizations, they work in very organized way. You cannot just enter anywhere. Security is very, very important. So just go ahead. First, you will name full name of your service principal. So we can get that here. Azure Research Manage Connection, Manage App Registration. Okay, here. Click on this Manage. In Manage service, where to? Manage App Registrations. Just click here. You should know your identity name, identity of Azure DevOps, or service principal or app registration, whatever you can say, but you should have this name completely. Where is the name of service principal? This full name. Okay. So just copy this name and paste in your notepad. I will paste it. The new service principal name. This service principal is nothing but the identity of Azure DevOps. As of now, it only has access of test resource group, but now as you want to deploy to production, you will need to give the access of production resource group as well. So we will assign contributor role from production resource group. I will show you that. Don't worry. Give contributor role to role in production resource group. So go to home page. Where is prod? Just go to resource group and prod RG. Just click here. And now go to IAM, add role assignment. Go to IAM. Add role assignment. Contributor next assign. So where is contributor privilege, administrator roles? This one is contributor. Just click on it. Next, user group service principal. See, assign access to. We are assigning access to Azure DevOps. As of now, it only has access of test resource group. Now we are giving this Azure DevOps access of prod resource group, so that it can deploy our data pipelines to prod. Okay, I will repeat one more time. This service principal is nothing but your identity of Azure DevOps. So this is nothing but Azure DevOps. As simple as that. Now click on select members. Now it will ask, bro, what is the name of your DevOps identity? No worries, I know the complete name. Copy and just you can paste here. Got it? This is your Azure DevOps identity. Select. Now it will have permission of prod resource group as well. Review plus assign. Okay, added. Now your contributor role in prod resource group has been assigned to this service principal, means Azure DevOps. Now we will just continue to our work. In pipeline tab, so where were we? Is this prod? Yes. So we'll stay in the pipeline tab. Okay. Now my senior manager told me that he doesn't want to directly deploy from test to production. Before moving to production, he finally wants to take a look at the changes and then he will approve and reject based on that. Okay. So junior data engineer will make change in dev environment. Project manager will check it and move it to test. And then senior project manager will finally take a look before moving to production. So how to do that? We will add him as a approver. So click on the triggered icon on prod stage. Prod stage, where is this one? Click on this trigger icon. Now pre-deployment approval equal to enabled. See this one, just enable it. In approvers you will have to add. So here you will add the senior project manager's email ID, but you know I am the only senior manager here. So I'll add my email ID. Pre-deployment approval is enabled. Now add yourself as an approver and then in approver section search and select your name. Once I think that's it. We have to close it now. Okay. Save. Save and add this comment. Added production stage. Okay. All right. So once test deployment is completed, it's gonna wait for senior project manager to approve. Then only it will be moved to production. This is how things works in real companies. Okay. So, all right. Now Thor is asking how to check everything is working fine or not. So we will do end-to-end testing now. So we'll create new pipeline in Dev Data Factory, new feature branch, merge it, publish it to the changes, and continuous deployment will start. So in Dev Data Factory, we'll just create a feature branch first, add pipeline 3, copy Dev Data Factory, sorry, first create a feature branch, feature slash. Now in this feature branch, we'll add one new pipeline, PL pipeline 3. So in this add new pipeline, name would be PL pipeline 3. Now we'll do something as usual, just bring in wait activity. Okay. Now just commit your changes to Git repository by saving it. Now create a pull request, approve and merge it to main. Now add an email of your senior project manager. Sorry, project manager, not senior. Okay. Senior project manager will do a different task. He will review before moving the pipeline to production. So I am the project manager as of now. Create. So he will check everything and he will approve. Then he will merge things to main branch. Now we will just switch to the main branch and publish. And then we will see this release 8 or whatever number it is. I'll just remove this logs. Okay. Then if everything is correct, our pipeline is successful. It will first move to from dev to test, then from test to prod. So just change to the main branch. We can see this new pipeline and now we will just publish it so that ARM template will be generated and it will move to test and prod. Okay, publishing. Just pray to the God that everything should work because we have done a lot of hard work, believe it or not. So I don't want to see an error. Generating ARM template. Okay, now quickly we will see our release pipeline. See, it has begun. So before going from here to here, senior project manager will have to approve this. Okay, then only our pipeline will be moved to production environment. Because in real companies, too many, like millions of users are already like using your product. So that's why these precautions are here. And one more thing, before moving to production, he will receive mail as well. Okay, senior project manager will receive an email that please approve this. Please take a look at this. Okay, so test stage is successful. Now senior project manager will take a look at it. Then he will approve and he will say, good work, bro. As it's a new year, he'll say, I'll give you a new year bonus as well for his hard work. So just approve this. So it is working as expected. So congratulations to each and every one of you. We have just deployed an end-to-end real world industry standard CI/CD pipeline. Okay. So you should do a party. So just quickly check it as well in here. So it is dev environment C. We had created this PL pipeline 3. It will be available in test. We need to refresh it. It is here, okay? And now in prod data factory as well, it should be visible. All right. It's working, guys. It's working. Congrats. Now CI/CD setup is completely ready. Finally, we can start creating our data engineering pipeline. Okay. So very first step is we'll set up all the workspaces. So first we'll create an Azure storage account. Sorry. Storage account means data lake. We'll create data lake. So Thor is asking, I know you are using some sample data set for this project, but where will you store it in Azure? Answer is I will create a storage account in Azure and I will store it there. Okay, that means in data lake I will store. So let's create a storage account. And one more thing, we will perform all these data engineering steps in Dev Data Factory. Then we'll create, then we will commit it, then we will create PR. Okay, then project manager will accept it, then it will move to test, then it will move to production. All the CI/CD setup we have to follow after each and every step. After like completing any, let's say, data ingestion pipeline, you have to perform all these steps. Then after creating data transformation pipeline, again you will have to perform all these steps. Okay, so we will work like real industry. We'll follow all those practices. So let's create storage account first in dev. Is this dev data factory? Yeah, dev ADF. Okay, will storage accounts. Okay, storage account create. This is the subscription. A resource group would be a dev resource group. Storage name, storage account name. Healthcare reporting data lake. It will be better if you can store all these names in Notepad. Region East US. Preferred storage type blob storage or data lake. Performance standard redundancy LRS. It is cheap, okay, as compared to other redundancies. Next, the most important thing is you have to take here in hierarchical namespace. Otherwise, it will create blob account. Sorry, blob storage. But we want to create data lake. So just enable it here. Hierarchical namespace means we can create folders within folders. Access tier hot. Next, network access. Where is access tier? Okay. Next, public network access enable. Enable from all networks. Review plus create. Create. Review plus create. And then create. So our storage account or data lake has been created successfully. Now Thor is asking, we will store transform data in Azure SQL database. But do we have any workspace for that? So answer is no, as of now we don't have, but we will create one Azure SQL database workspace, okay? So in dev resource group, just create this resource, search SQL database. Azure SQL database. First, let's go to the dev resource group. Then click on create. Then search Azure SQL database. Where is SQL database? Is this the one? Okay. We have to search SQL database only, which is this. This is the one. So just click on create SQL database. So I will zoom in. Resource group is dev resource group. Database name would be, we will create source group database name will be healthcare DB. Just copy paste. Server, we don't have any database server as of now, but we'll create one. We will keep this server name. So create new, paste this server name. So it is giving location issue. Subscription does not have access to create server in this region. Okay, so we will have to select this West US 2. West US 2. Authentication method is SQL authentication. Use SQL authentication. So admin login is John the Don. Password would be johncina@46. You can keep your username and password different. Okay. So, but most important thing, you have to store all these things in your notepad. Which things? Your server name, your database name, username, password. Okay. Just store it. Okay. Click on OK. Now, want to use SQL Elastic Pool? No. Workload environment is development and not production. Compute plus storage. So service tier keep basic. Click on this configure database. Service tier keep basic for less demanding workloads. Data max size keep 2 GB and apply. Data max is 2 GB already and apply. Backup storage redundancies LRS. Next, networking. Connectivity method. Public endpoint. Allow Azure services and resources to access this server. Yes. Add current client IP address. Yes. Connection policy default and review plus create. Cost per month is $5. It's okay. We'll just delete it in one day. Once our project is finished, we'll delete everything. So no need to worry. And click on create. So it has been created successfully. It took around 3 to 5 minutes. So let's quickly check it is working or not. Go to resource. Then go to query editor. So just add your login name and password. copy, paste, just log in, continue, confirm. Alright, we have logged in. Now we will just try this query. It is just to check whether it is able to query or not. It will list all the objects in the database. So just paste it and run. We should see the results here. All right. So our database is working completely fine. Now Thor is asking, we want to store both raw and transform data in data lake. But how will you differentiate them without mixing? So the answer is we will create two separate containers in data lake. First will be raw and second will be processed. So let's go ahead and create two containers. So first container will be raw. Where is our data lake? Sorry, data storage. Home. SQL database. Storage account. This one. Health care reporting DL. And now I think in settings, security, data storage, yeah, containers, add container, paste the name raw, create. Second container will be processed, where we will store our processed data. Add container, paste, processed, done. Okay, so our two containers are ready, where we will store raw data and transform data. Now we will start creating our data ingestion pipeline. But as a junior data engineer, we cannot directly create data activities in main branch. We will create feature branch and there we will do all the activities. So just create a feature branch in Dev Data Factory. The name of the feature branch will be this. Dev Data Factory. Yes. So create your feature branch. Create. Now Thor is asking, Azure Data Factory cannot directly read or write in data lake. It needs two things. It needs a way to authenticate and it needs some information about data lake, like format of the file, storage system, folder name, file name, etc. What is the answer? For authentication, we will create link service. And for detailed information about the data lake, we will create source and sync datasets. Source dataset and destination dataset. Second question is asking, how many link services and datasets will we need for data ingestion pipeline? What is the answer? See, we are reading the data from GitHub. Then we are writing the data to data lake in raw container. So it will need to authenticate in GitHub, one link service. It will need to authenticate in data lake, so one link service. So these are two linked services, and it needs additional information about source, which is GitHub. So one source data set, and it will need additional information about destination, which is saying dataset. So two linked services and two datasets we will need. So first, let's create a linked service for GitHub. Manage tab HTTP. Okay. Now to create linked services, manage tab, create a linked service. We are creating for GitHub. So HTTP, name of the linked service will be this. Base URL will be this. So what is base URL? See, this is your GitHub repository till.com. Sorry. Uh, Go to your data folder and open your file dataset and click on raw. This one till.com slash, this is your base URL, and after .com slash, this is different URL. I forgot the name actually. Okay, we'll see that later. Just understand the base URL till.com. So that's what we have copied, till.com. Authentication type will be anonymous. Authentication type anonymous. And I think we'll test connection. Create. So we have created link service for GitHub. Now we will quickly create a link service for data lake, because ADF will authenticate into data lake as well. It wants to write there, like in raw container we will write our ingested data. So we will create one link service for that as well. So data lake is Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, which is this one. Name of the linked service will be this. Authentication type will be account key. Storage account name. First, let's select your subscription. Then select your storage account name, which is this healthcare recording DL, two link service, and just test connection successful. Create. Okay. Alright, so we have created these two linked services so that Data Factory can authenticate in both GitHub and Data Lake. Now it's time to create two data sets. One source dataset for our source, which is GitHub, and one sync dataset, which is our data lake. So let's quickly create two datasets. New dataset HTTP. So in Dev Data Factory author tab, click on three dots, dataset, new dataset. We are creating first for GitHub, which is HTTP. Then file format is CSV. Name of this source dataset is this one. Link service for GitHub, we have already created this. It is used for authentication. And now relative URL. Okay, so see, I had told you earlier that till.com it is base URL, and everything after .com slash it is relative URL. Okay, so just copy your relative URL. Everything after .com slash copy. So paste your relative URL. First row as header, import schema none, and OK. So our source data set is ready. Now it's time to create data set for our destination. Which is the destination? Data lake. So let's create that. Copy. So let's create one more data set. We are creating this data set for destination, which is Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Format will be CSV. Name would be this, which I have copied. Link service I have already created for data lake. Now, in which file you want to save, in which folder you want to save, in which container, and which file name you want after ingesting it to data lake. So we can give everything here. So obviously this is the raw data, so we want it in a raw container. Inside that we will want one folder name, patient's record folder. And I want file name to be this patient's record.csv. Okay. First row as header, import schema none. Okay. So we have created two data sets and two linked services. All right. Now all the preparation is done. It's time to finally create our data ingestion pipeline. So just create new pipeline. Here we can create new pipeline. Okay. Now we have to bring in the activity. Just bring copy activity to canvas and give this name. I think it will be under move and transform. Just drag and drop to canvas. Rename it like this. Select your source dataset. Sorry, we don't have to create it. We have already created. We just have to select. So source is CSV DL, not DL. GitHub is the source. So we will select HTTP. And what is the destination? Data lake. So DL. That's why these naming conventions are very, very important. Done. Now we will just debug it. Click on debug. Okay, it is succeeded. Now we have successfully ingested this raw data from GitHub to data lake in raw container. So this is raw. See, the folder name will be here and file name is this. We have successfully ingested it. Now it is done from your side, but your project manager will check it, right? So just commit it to Git. Dev data factory, just commit, save all, saving to Git repository. Now we will have to create a pull request so that your manager can check it. Create a pull request. Created data ingestion pipeline. Add your manager as a reviewer, but as of now I will add myself. Create. Now your manager will check it. He will approve and he will merge it to the main branch. Okay. Now we will publish it from the main branch. Change to the main branch. And as you can see, your data ingestion pipeline is there because manager has merged your code to main branch. Now we will just publish it so that our CICD pipeline will start and it will be available in test and production environment as well. Publish. Okay. Now it will generate an ARM template and that will be pushed to deploy to test and prod. Okay. Now we can just check the releases pipeline. Pipeline releases. See, releases started. Just click on it. Now, one more final request will go to senior project manager. He will again check everything is correct or not, and then he will approve. Data ingestion. Okay, approve. And now it will be deployed to prod environment as well. We can just check the logs as well. Or just keep it here. It is succeeded. Now your data ingestion pipeline will be available in your test environment. Let me refresh it. See, it is here. Test environment and prod environment as well. All right. Now it's time to perform some transformations on our raw data. And as a tool, we will use Dataflow, which is like a no-code ETL tool by Azure Data Factory. All right. So first we will create feature branch. As a junior data engineer, we cannot directly perform our work in main branch. So just create a feature branch first. Where is our dev data factory? Author. Create a feature. New branch. What will be the name of our feature branch? That will be this. Paste. Create. Okay. So feature branch is created. Now we will start performing our transformations. So Thor is asking, how will you perform transformations on your data inside ADF? So answer is, I just told you, we will use data flow for performing transformation. So first we will create new data flow. We will give this name. So we are in the feature branch. Now we can create data flow, new data flow, and we will give this name. Done. Now Thor is asking, how will data flow know on which file you have to perform transformations? You will obviously need source file, right, for performing transformations. So how will data flow know? Answer is, we will add source object to the canvas. And how to create that? Just create new source from here. Output stream name. Just paste this. Source type dataset. So we know that whenever any external tool wants to read or write data from different service, we will create dataset. So now this data flow wants to read the data from raw data from data lake, because obviously our raw data is present in data lake. So we will need dataset for that. So just create new dataset. We will use this data lake. Continue. File format would be CSV. Continue. Now name of the dataset will be DS raw patients record, because it's a raw data. So naming conventions should be correct, so that it will be easier to identify later. Linked service, we have already created a link service for authentication in data lake. That is this DL data lake. Okay, now it can authenticate and it has this extra information as well because of this data set. Now from where you want to read, it's in raw container, this file, okay, select. Now it can read this data because we need this source, right? On this data we will perform transformations. So import schema from connection store, okay, test connection from connection source, okay, and we will now test our connection. We can do it later as well. So allow schema drift is already tick, sampling disable. Already tick, sampling is disabled. Turn on data flow debug. Raw limit is row limit is 2000. We'll check that. So this you have to turn on, okay? Data flow debug. It's like your cluster for performing transformations. Now you will get data flow settings. There we will select 2000 rows for debug settings. Row limit shouldn't be 1000. It can be like 10,000 as well, but for now we will keep 2000. 2000 and now save 2000, save all. Save. In projection tab we will detect data type and refresh. Projection tab we will detect data type. It will take couple of minutes. So it is still detecting, but how much time it will take? Okay, it's done. Now we will go to data preview and we will refresh. So our raw data on which we will perform transformations will appear here. So we can just check it. In inspect you can check the rows as well. Rows and the data type. Here you can see actual data. Okay. You have your source data. Now on this we will perform transformations. Now junior data engineer got one task from his manager. The task is, his manager is saying we will process only Europe's data, and second is we will ignore the rows with missing territory code. So which type of transformation will be a better fit for these conditions? Filter. So we will quickly do that. We'll use filter transformations and we will try to fulfill all those conditions. Click on this plus. Where is filter? Select filter transformations. Now give this name to the output stream. Incoming stream is patients record source, our source data which we created in earlier step. Filter on expression builder will open. Okay, now we will put our condition here. Open expression builder. In expression element we will select input schema and expression values. We will select mainland because we want Europe only. Okay, so mainland we will keep as Europe. It's a row name. Or we can just like copy paste this whole formula as well. I will explain you this, don't worry. Paste. Okay, so these are the two conditions which Thor has received from his manager. So mainland should be only Europe and territory code should not be null. So that's how you write it, and just refresh. After this you will just save and finish. But let me check the data first. Okay, so mainland is Europe and it is tick Europe tick, so I think it's correct, and territory code is not empty, so save and finish. Done. Okay, now Thor got one more task from his manager. He's saying from our source file delete three columns: mainland, amount, end day, test units. Bro, these are not three columns, these are four columns, but it's okay. And second is we have to rename the test units column to units. So for such type of transformations we will use select transformation. See, we are deleting some rows, sorry, not rows, we are deleting some columns and we are renaming the column. So for column wise operations we will generally use select. So let's quickly go ahead. Uh, and one more important thing to note, we are not performing select transformation on our source file. We just filtered our data. Okay, so on that transform data we want to use select transformation. If you want to perform on source file, you can click here, but I want to perform on this filter data, so I will click here, select, and output stream name would be select only required fields. Copy, output stream name is paste, and incoming, see, incoming stream is filter Europe data, filter data. On this filter data I am performing select transformation and not on this raw source data. Okay, you can see it better now. Filter Europe data, turn off auto mapping, already turned off. Now we will delete the columns which are given to us. Mainland, where is mainland? Just delete it. Amount end day, just delete. Test units, delete. And in ingestion timestamp, this also we want to delete. Delete. All right. See, now this first condition is done. All these four columns are deleted. Now we will perform the second condition. We will just rename the test units to units. So how can we do that? For this, we can use rule-based mapping. Click on the last row, open expression builder. Add mapping. Let me check once again. Add mapping, rule-based mapping. Okay. Click on add mapping, rule-based mapping. Now click here. Open expression builder. We'll have to zoom out a little bit so that you can see. See, this is matching condition and this is output column name expression. So here we will add condition. That column name should be test units. Matching condition name should be test units. Okay, name of the column is this. And what you want to rename? I want to rename it as units. So we will just write units. Done. Test units to units. Save and finish. Now we can zoom in. Not this much. Yeah, this is fine. And now we will just check whether unit column is visible or not and we'll refresh. Now in inspect, you can check all the columns. So test units I have deleted and units should be there. Yeah, as you can see, units is there and it is renamed to test units. Sorry, test unit is renamed to units. And now we will just pull all the refreshed data. We will see all the transform data here. And on this stream, this is called output stream. So on this stream, we will perform next transformation, whatever it is, okay? As you can see, all those 4 columns are deleted. And second condition was to rename this test units to units. All right. Now we want to write the transform data in data lake, but in different container, not in raw container. We will write that in processed container. So whenever you want to read or write data from different service, so you will need 2 things. First one is way to authenticate, that is linked service, and second some additional data. Some additional information about destination. We will create dataset for that. Destination dataset for that. That is also called sync dataset. So let's go ahead. First, we will have to create this sync object. So we have transformed our data. It's time to write it to the output file. With this sync object, we will create first here because we want to write the transform data. So where is sync? See, destination sync. Output stream name would be patients sync. Copy and just paste. Incoming stream is select only, that means that transform data we are writing. Sync type dataset, and now we will create a dataset. We already have linked service for that, for data lake, and now we will create dataset. plus new. We want to write it to the ADLS. Format will be CSV. Name of the dataset will be DS processed healthcare. Link service, we already have link service using which it will authenticate in data lake. Now in which container you want to write? In processed container. You want to create any folder inside that container? Yes. I will create healthcare container. Not container, folders. I will create two folders inside that container, healthcare and processed healthcare. Because in real world companies, you will have to deal with the lots of transform data. So you should have proper folder structure, okay? As of now, we are just transforming one file. So that's why you might feel this is easy. All right, file name, keep it empty. Import schema, none, okay. None, okay. We have dataset. Now we will do one thing in settings tab. We will take this, clear the folder. So let's say in that folder, you want to write any updated data and you want to remove the old transform data because this was wrong. Okay. So if you want to clear the folder before writing any clean transform data, you will have to select this. Just you will have to tick this, clear the folder before writing any new transform data. And then just check your data. And after that, we will just do publish. And finally, we will create a pipeline which will write the transform data from raw container to processed container. Okay. So you can check it. Everything is all right. Now just save it. No need to publish it. As of now, you can validate it, but no need to publish. We will publish at the end. Then it will be deployed to test environment and broad environment. Now all the ingredients, all the preparation for preparing your food is ready. Now it is just time to give it a final fry and eat it. Okay. So all the preparation is done. Now it's time to like execute all of this, and we can do this using by creating a pipeline. So let's go ahead and just execute all of this. Not this, bro. I need this pipeline. New pipeline. Give it a name. Healthcare data. Data flow option. DF is drag and drop. Okay. We will drag and drop our preparation, means our data flow pipeline in the canvas like this. Okay, just hide it, it's taking a lot of space. Now we will just debug it. Debug. We can check in the storage account whether the transform data is present in the container or not. In progress. This is the container. Raw data was present in here. We have transformed it using data flow. It's like a no code ETL tool. And we have written it inside this. So once this pipeline is successful, we'll check there. Just refresh. Okay, it is succeeded. Now we will just check in the container. Just refresh it once. In processed container, we should have our transform data. In this folder, in processed folder, this one, right? I will just show you view edit. Preview, yes, click on preview. All right, you can see we have transformed it. How to just slide it horizontally. All right, it's not working, but see, it is units. We have renamed test unit to unit. That means this is correct. And one more transformation, we filtered it to Europe only data. So I think that column will be in the right side, but all these countries are in the Europe only. So I think this data is correct. Just close it. Now what is the next step? We all know that as a junior data engineer, we have done all these steps. Now it's time to just commit it and show it to the project manager. So commit to the Git by using save all. Successfully saved in Git repository. Now we'll create a pull request. I have written created data transformation pipeline. Same I will write in description, and just add the email ID of your project manager here. But as of now, I am the only project manager. So just create this pull request. So now your project manager will check your work, check your transformations, he will approve, and then he will merge it your feature branch to main branch. Merging pull request merged. Now just switch to the main branch. Your pipeline will be available there. See, PL healthcare data. And now we will just deploy it to test and prod by publishing the ARM template. So just click on publish. Yes, I want to just publish all of this. Now ARM template will be generated. And it will just deploy our work to test and prod environment. Okay, now release pipeline should be started. Go to release. As you can see, release 9 started. Just click on it. So as you know, before moving it to production, it will ask to the senior project manager. He will check once again. And once he approves, work will be deployed to production. Okay. Now email will be sent to senior project manager. He will check everything one more time. And once he approves, good transformation on time. Approve. It will be moved to production environment as well. Okay, so it is succeeded. Now we will just quickly check in test and production environment as well. Where is test ADF? Launch Studio. Author tab. See, it is here. So no need to check in production. It will be there. I have full confidence on my work. Okay. So actually Thor is in some trouble. He's saying his manager scolded him because he forgot to remove one column and he has already like run the transformations and deployed it to test and prod. So he is asking, is there any way he can fix this? And the answer is yes, definitely. We will create one more feature branch and we will make the change and we'll deploy again. Okay? Shit happens, no need to worry. We can do this right now. So just create one feature branch in your dev data factory. Where is dev? Yeah. So just create one more feature branch. Shit happens. No need to worry. Create. Data flow debug is turned on already. We want to make some changes in our transformations. So we will have to go to data flow. Okay, in this data flow, so it depends like on which stream you want to perform some transformations. So I want to perform on latest transform data. Okay, I want to remove one column. So my last transformation was select transformations. So just click here. Now I want to remove the date column. We can do this. Where is date? Remove this date column. Now we will just inspect one more time. Date column is gone. All right. Now just pull the latest refresh data. Okay. Date is gone. So now we will have to pull the newly refreshed data here as well. So let's say if you perform some transformation here, you will have to pull the latest data here and here. So, but now we just remove date column from this latest transformation. So we will just pull the refresh data here only in sync object. And now we will run the pipeline. Then it will remove the old transform data in process container and it will replace that data with this newly transformed data, updated data only. Okay, just check one more time. Yes, date is not present. Now we'll just run the pipeline. Just save it once. And this was our transformation pipeline, healthcare data, and just debug. Okay, so our pipeline is succeeded. Now in this processed container, latest transform data will be present. Old data will be removed and latest transform data will be present here. So now we will create, first we will commit our work. Hmm. Save, why is save option is gone? I think I have already saved it. Correct. That's why it is disabled. Once you make some new change, then it will this button will be enabled. So no worries. I will create a pull request so that my senior manager, not senior manager, project manager will check. Updating data flow. All right. Add the email ID of your project manager and just create. He will check all your work and he will approve. Then he will merge your feature branch to main branch. Now from he will switch to main branch and he will publish your work. So that ARM template will be generated and it will be deployed to test and prod. Just edited, see it will also show what changes you made. Okay, so I have just edited one column. So okay, now it will generate an ARM template. Generating ARM templates, and after this your release pipeline will start again. Releases, see it has started. Okay, now senior project manager will check your work one last time and he will approve. Next time avoid this mistake. Thor got scolded a lot because of this mistake, but no worries, it's part of our life. So but he's saying just next time avoid this mistake because this work is critical, it directly gets deployed to production. Okay, so your latest transform data will be available in test data factory and production data factory as well. All right, so we have finished our transformation. I forgot to tell you one thing. Once you finish your transformations, you will have to just close it, data flow debug, okay, to avoid some extra charges. Actually, it will be closed automatically after 1 hour, but it's better to just close it if you finish your work before 1 hour. And let's say you have done half transformations today and you are coming back next day, then again you will have to turn this on. Okay, it's like a cluster. After enabling this only your transformations will work. All right. Now we have transformed our raw data and we have written that transform data in processed container. It's time to load this transform data in Azure SQL database so that we can like connect it to the Power BI and it's good for reporting and dashboards. The speed will be good. Okay. So just go ahead. First, as a junior data engineer, we will just create a feature branch from dev data factory. So what is the name of feature branch? SQLize pipeline. So just paste the name here. Now Thor is asking, we have stored transform data in data lake, but we cannot properly query in data lake, and also we will use that transform data for analytics in Power BI. So I have just explained you that for this requirement, we'll better write it to the Azure SQL database. So first step is copy data activity. In ADF Studio, select your data flow, go to sync transformation, inspect tab, Go to our data flow, which is this one. Select sync dataset. Go to inspect tab, and these are all the column names and the data type. It is the final column names and data types which we are going to load into SQL database. So first we will create an empty SQL database, and then we are going to load all this data to that SQL database. And if you remember, we have already created Azure SQL database in resource group. So we will just open it. It was in wait, this SQL database. Okay, just open it. Now Thor is asking, Azure SQL database is a secure database service. It does not allow anyone to access it without authentication. So how can we access that? Very simple. While creating database, we already have created username and password. So only we can access it, and we can modify it as well. So from query editor, you will have to enter login and password. So in the query editor, you will just log in so that we can modify this SQL database. This is my login name and password would be this. If you remember, we have stored all the details in Notepad. Copy, paste. Okay. Continue. Confirm. This antivirus is very secure, bro. It won't let me log in easily. So now Thor is again asking one question. We cannot directly store transform data in Azure SQL database. Alright. But why? Because it does not create tables automatically. Then how will you store the data? You got my point? See, in this SQL database, we cannot directly store from data lake to this SQL database. We cannot send transform data from data lake to here. It needs empty table with proper column names and all. Means basically you can say it needs a template. It needs a skeleton. Within that skeleton, data lake transform can send the transform data using pipeline, but still it needs skeleton or template. So that is the answer. We will manually create table and define the schema in SQL database. Then we will store the transform data in that table. So in your local, you can just create this file, create healthcare tables.sql. You can bring it to the VS Code, and then you can just paste this code. This is the skeleton. We are just creating a namespace called is. Then we are creating table using that within that namespace, and these are all column names and data types. So this is like a skeleton. So I have already created this file in my laptop. So I will just upload it to the SQL database. So open query, browse, and we will upload this file. Where is open query? This one. Open query, browse, desktop, and create healthcare table.sql. Don't worry, I will provide this file in description. Okay. See, this code is here. I'll just minimize it so that you can view. Okay. Now if we run it, it's gonna create a template. It's gonna create a skeleton within which we can send the transform data, store the transform data, run. Query succeeded. Now I will show you, just refresh it once and this table is here. Got it? And these are the column names. Now Thor is asking, we have created table and schema inside SQL database. What to do after that? After that, first step is to create a pipeline that will load the transform data in SQL database. So how to create this pipeline? Just copy this pipeline name first. I think it will be dev CICD ADF. Yeah, here we can create pipelines. Just go to this pipeline tab, new pipeline, paste, and done. Now inside this pipeline, how will you move the data from data lake to SQL database? Answer is, we will just create a copy activity that will move the data from one location to another. Just bring in the copy activity now. Copy data. Drag and drop copy activity and just give it a name. Done. Now Thor is asking, we know that SQL, we know that Azure Data Factory cannot directly read the data from data lake without some additional information. So how will ADF will read the data? Got it. We already know that whenever ADF wants to read or write the data from source or destination, it needs two things. It needs a way to authenticate, which is linked service, and it needs dataset, which is like additional information about the source or the destination. That's right. So go to the source tab and we will just select this dataset which we have already created. While transforming dataset, we have created that data. See, I will show you. Don't get confused. Datasets. See, we already have that processed healthcare dataset. This dataset is for raw data from data lake. This is for processed. And also we have linked service using which it can authenticate. So this time you will just select the dataset. No need to create. DS processed healthcare. Again, for writing the data, we need dataset and linked service. But we will have to create that dataset because this time we are going to write in Azure SQL database. And we haven't created any data set for that. So we will create one. We will have to create link service as well. We do not have any way to authenticate in Azure SQL database. So we will create this new data set. Sync new Azure SQL database. Too many databases are here, but I think we need this one. I'll confirm one more time. Azure SQL database. Yeah, it's correct. Continue. Just give this name. Linked service would be We don't have any. We'll create one. Link service, give it a name. Now what? Server name is healthcare OT SRV. Is it asking for server name? Yeah, here. Database name healthcare DB. Authentication type SQL authentication. Data. First select this Azure subscription 1. Database, sorry, server name is this. Database is healthcare DB and authentication type is SQL authentication. Now we will enter username and password. Copy the username and copy the password. All right. Encrypt. I think that's it. Test connection create. That's it. Test connection create. Okay. Link service and data sets are created. Now Thor is asking. First, we will switch back to creating a pipeline. We'll finish that process first. Then we will come to Thor. See, data's link service is ready. Now, table name is this. If you can remember, patient's record. We have, you remember, right? We created empty template or empty skeleton in Azure SQL database with proper column names and their data types, within which we are going to store the data. So this is that table name. This is the namespace and this is the table name. I show you. See, create table. This is the table name. Okay. Pipeline is created. We have selected a sync dataset which we created just now. Now, Thor had one question. We will take his question now. He's asking how can we tell ADF that write all the files from specific folder? Okay, it wants to write all the files, not just single file, let's say. Where is the process? See, this is the process container. As of now, we are writing this, writing the data from this file. But we will create a mechanism where whenever any new file or folder comes here, that will also get written to the SQL database. So how to do that? In source tab, file path type wildcard file path. In source tab, file path type wildcard file path, and in this file, that's it. We don't have to do anything. Inside the process container, star means everything. If any new file comes in this process container, it will get written automatically. Now Thor is asking, I will load entire dataset to Azure SQL database. So I don't want any old outdated data. How can I make sure before the load table is cleared? Okay. So see, this is the table. This is the table name and these are all the columns. But let's say if I want to write any updated data, I have one condition. I don't want any old or outdated data in this table. I want this to be cleared before writing any new data. So how can I make sure that? We can just execute this pre-copy script truncate table. That means clear the table. Which table? This table. So just copy paste this script. It's a precondition before writing any data in SQL database. So go to source tab, sorry, sync tab, write this in pre-copy script. And then we will just debug. That's it. I think we can try our pipeline. Debug. It is going to take a couple of minutes. Then we can check. So it is succeeded. I think we have loaded all the transform data in this empty table, in this skeleton, in this template. Okay, just refresh it. And now I think we can test some query. Thor is asking, how can we check that data is loaded in SQL database or not? Very simple. In SQL query editor, we can query the table. Which query? This query. Select star from table name. This is the most easiest query ever to check it's working or not. Paste and just run it. The table should come. Yeah, data is coming. So you have successfully loaded the transform data from data lake process container to Azure SQL database. Okay, congratulations to all of you. Now we will just deploy it to the test and prod. Dev data factory, we are in the feature branch, right? So now we will just commit it to the GitHub, or you can do save all as well. Now we'll create a pull request. Just write anything. Transform data from data lake to Azure SQL database. All right, and you can keep your project manager in the reviewer. Create. Now your project manager will check everything and approve, and they will merge the feature branch to the main branch. Done. Now we will switch to the main branch. See, we have this pipeline. Now we will just publish it so that ARM template will be generated and your work will be deployed to test environment and prod environment. Publishing completed. Generating ARM templates. It is succeeded. So your release pipeline will start now automatically. Pipeline releases. See, it is started. Alright, now your senior project manager will check it one more time. Then he will approve. Good work. Okay, he has approved. Now your pipeline will be deployed to production as well. Alright, so now your pipeline is successfully deployed to test environment and production environment as well. Now it is time to connect your Azure SQL database to Power BI. So for this, first you will have to download the Power BI desktop. So I have already downloaded it. You can just search this on Google and download Power BI desktop on your Windows machine or Mac, whatever it is. Okay. Now we will fetch the data from Azure SQL database into Power BI. So that using that we will create some dashboards. So in your Power BI desktop, first of all you will have to open any blank report. Alright. And then just click on Get Data and select Azure. This one is Get Data. Just click on it. Don't click on arrow. Click on the icon. And from this left side, just select Azure. Azure SQL Database. Still, I'll check in my notes. Azure SQL Database and connect. Azure SQL Database, connect. Now server. Just type your server name and you will have to use this format as well. So this is your server name .database.windows.net. You will have to follow this format. Okay. So what was my server name? I'll check in my notepad file. See, this was my server name. .windows. Something like that. .database.windows.net. You have to follow all this. Okay. Copy. Paste in Power BI. Where it is gone? Okay, no worries. I'll do it again. Azure SQL database, connect. Put the server name here. Paste it. What was your database name? So just put your database name. Data connectivity mode will be direct query, direct query, and just click on OK. Now select your database from left side and then enter username and password. Select your database from left side. So I think this is my database. Click on it. Healthcare reporting patients record. This was our table name, okay? You remember we created an empty template or skeleton in Azure SQL database, and then into that we loaded our transform data. So that time we created this table name. Then I think we'll click on load, select database. Yeah, I will improve my notes. You have to click on load after this. And then I think it will ask for username and password. Whoa, it is loading directly. Yeah, actually, I had done it last time as well while I was practicing it. Before I present any project to you, I practice myself. So that time I had done login. So that's why it's not asking for login and password, but for you it will ask, definitely ask. Yeah, it is loaded for me, but you will have to enter your username and password, which you created while creating the Azure SQL database. So just take a note of it. But for me, it is connected. Now I'm not gonna like spend much time in visualization, but I'll quickly create 2-3 visualizations. So first is card visual. First we will show first batch ID using card visual, which was the first batch ID. So just bring in the card visual. Card. This. And just bring in the batch ID here. Yes, here only. Okay, this is first batch ID. Now second visual is we will show percentage of accepted cases and not accepted cases in all the countries. For this we'll use pie chart. So just bring in the pie chart. After that we will put mark column in the legend field. So mark this one, just drag it in the legend field and count of country in values. So where are country? So in values just drag count of countries. All right. So now we got the percentage of accepted cases and not accepted cases. Third visual will be count of country by origin. So for that we will use donut chart visual. Donut chart. Put origin column in legend field. Where is origin? Values equal to count of country. Track country column in values. Country column in values. So count of country. So from health map origin, we got 51 percentage of data. From digital surveillance, we got 48 percentage of data. Okay. So 48 percentage, this is percentage of countries. In 48% countries, we got the patient's data from this origin. In 51 percentage of countries, we got patient's data from health map origin. Okay. Now, which is the last one? We'll just show country with their codes in table. So for this, we will use table visual. We can drag it here. This is third one. And now we'll bring table here. Now in columns, so I will drag territory code and country. Where is the territory code? This one, and I'll drag the countries as well. So these two columns are visible in table format. Okay. So territory code of Germany is this, Spain is this, and code of France is FRA, etc. etc. So I'll just adjust it so that it will look good. In real companies, you can decorate it like a lot. You can spend 1 or 2 hours in decorating itself, but we are in a hurry because we are doing very much of hard work, because we are doing work of three people, three designations we are performing in this live project. We are doing the work of DevOps engineer because we are creating CICD pipeline. We are doing the work of data engineer. We have created complete ETL pipeline. And now we are doing the work of data analysts as well. Okay. So we are not allowed to spend much time in here. But when you create end-to-end projects, you get like crystal clear idea of how these projects works. All right. So I think that's it for this dashboard. Now Thor is asking one last question. He's saying, now that my project is completed, to stop the cost and to stop the bills, how can I delete the entire project? So the answer is very simple. We'll just delete the resource group. So each and every service working inside that resource group, that will be deleted as well. That means we are deleting the parent container. So, but in this case, we will delete three resource group because we have three different environments: dev prod and dev test and prod. So just delete all three resource groups. So where is the dev resource group? Yeah, this one. Just delete it. As you can see in the top bar, there is option called delete resource group. So just click on it, copy this name, paste it here. See, all the services will be deleted as well. So delete, delete. Okay, so our dev resource group is deleted. Do the same with test resource group as well. Test RG. Just click on this delete resource group, copy this name and paste, delete. It is not working. Why? I think I'll have to refresh. Refresh. Now delete resource group. Copy this name, paste it here. Delete. And now it is working. Delete. It will take 1 or 2 minutes. Deleted. Now do the same with prod resource group. This one. I will first refresh it. Delete resource group. Just copy this name, paste, delete, delete. Deleted. Now we will have to do one more thing. See, we'll delete our Azure DevOps project as well. So we'll just go to project settings and delete. All right. So Azure DevOps portal, click on this project. See, this was our project. Click on this project. Now go to project settings. Go down and here you can find the delete option. Just delete. So copy your project name, paste it here and delete. Okay, now you have deleted your complete project. If you want in-depth understanding, strong fundamentals and interview level clarity, you can check out our structured data engineering course as well. And if you can like and comment on this video, I'll really appreciate it.